Hello and welcome to another stream of Alan Wake Remastered, doing my in-depth playthrough on Nightmare Mode difficulty. Hey there Tech, how's things? Welcome on in. At the end of the last stream, I got up to a certain point in Chapter 4 before ending, and what I want to do is, well, I'm not going to bother doing that because knowing my luck, if I was going to try what I was about to do, I would probably lose my progress. I was going to do a recap of what happened at the end of episode 3, but I won't worry about that for this stream. But if you want to see where the previous chapter ended, if you look at the past broadcast for yesterday, you'll be able to find it. In any case, let's load up where we are, and I can just recap verbally. So we're up to the part where Alan and Barry were driving away from the lodge, and there was some rocks that fell on the road and caused Barry to swerve his vehicle, and they ended up crashing, and they've been separated. And Alan has gotten up, and Barry is yelling from a distance. So that's what we're up to in the game at the moment.
I had lost my gun in the crash. Barry was nowhere to be seen.
Hey there, Afro. Nice one. Alan sleep when? Alan's not allowed to sleep. He doesn't sleep much. Like me. About 6 hours does me. Although 8 hours would be, really, really good. But 6 hours is good enough. Oh, nice tech progress. Excellent progress getting through the Godzilla movies. So you're up to 18 out of 36. Nice. There's so many in that series that I didn't watch. I'll try and remember the ones that I can list off the top of my head that I have seen. So I've seen both versions of the original, the Japanese version from 1954 and the American version from 1956. I've seen the 1998 Godzilla movie. I saw Godzilla versus Destroyer. Have to say it that way. It's a rule. Destroyer. I've seen that. There's one that had time travel in it, but I can't remember which one that was. So that was that one. There was another one that I've seen. Let's see. Godzilla Final Wars. I saw that. So that's 5. And I think I saw Godzilla versus Biollante. I think. So that's 6. So maybe about 6. So I definitely haven't seen all of them. It's definitely a lot that I haven't seen. Yeah, 36 movies. And there was a new one that came out recently as well. Hey, Godfather Owl. RodZilla. Godzilla versus Rodzilla. The matchup of the century, in which I would lose straight away. Godzilla would just be like, stomp. And I'd be like, eh. I haven't, Afro, no. No, I haven't seen Ultraman. I haven't seen a lot of the kaiju movies as well, like Rodan and all that type of stuff. Just trying to think. I never saw any of the Godzilla versus King Kong movies.
Barry! Barry!
Oh, man, you're okay! Jeez, it's good to hear your voice! I was trying to get out of the car, but the ground gave way! Man, what a drop! Don't worry, your cutout is fine.
Forget that! Are you okay?
I hit some bushes, didn't get a scratch. There's no way you can climb down, though. It's like a sheer wall.
Definitely interesting watching Godzilla go back and forth as the hero. Definitely serves as a natural order where humans need to get out of the way in some cases. That's true. Yeah, it's interesting how in the first movie, of course, Godzilla is a threat to the whole of Japan and must be stopped. And then in other movies, there's other monsters that are trying to destroy Japan, and Godzilla's like, fuck off. This is my city. Well, country, I mean.
Al! There's something moving down here!
Barry, it's a taken! Use a flare, Barry!
Oh! Yeah!
Barry, are you alright?
I'm good, Al! I'm great! Guess you never messed with anyone from New York City before, huh?
Alright, no new dialogue from Alan if you go back the other way. Jump Scare Love, thank you so much for the follow.
Barry, just wait for me, okay?
Al! I'm not staying here! It's suicide! I'm going to the farm! I'm gonna go ahead and secure the area. You can catch up. Don't worry about it. I'm on the case.
Now he's Rambo. This would turn into a disaster if I didn't catch up with Barry.
Tech, for the 1985 movie, you had a hard time finding a complete version. You ended up watching an audio-only version and a dubbed version, no audio, and watched it with two windows open. Interesting reading the subtitles and how some parts of the movie were cut or completely different. Yeah. And I think, too, that 1985 movie is supposed to be a direct sequel to the American version of the original, because they got the same actor who was in that version and got him to play the same character, but obviously decades after as well. Now he's Rambo. That's my favorite, one of my favorite lines that Alan has in this. I just imagine Barry dressed up like Rambo for Halloween with the red bandana, red band around his forehead, and wearing all that. The Taken drew first blood, not me. I can't do Stallone's accent. Or voice, I should say. I wish I could. I'd love to be able to do his voice. You want a war? I'll give you what you won't believe. That's probably the best I can do of a Stallone impression. Quote from First Blood. Some great lines in that movie, though. There wouldn't be no trouble if it wasn't for that. What does he say? For that shit cop or something like that. I must admit, there's not a Rambo movie that I would say I hate or anything like that. I would still say that First Blood is probably the best one in the series. My favorite one, though, would be Rambo First Blood Part 2, because that's the one that I watched a lot growing up. And I've said this before, but I'm one of those people that I like to sort of find out the evolution of things or the origin of things. I'm very curious about, when did something actually come into existence? And what was the thought process that led to it? What was the reason why? What was the event that created this sort of thing? And when I look back on the things that I ended up gravitating towards in terms of like fiction stuff, one of those things, of course, is stealth in stealth games. And looking back in my childhood and the things that I played and watched back then, Metal Gear on the NES. There was also another NES game that was stealth. I think it was like a SWAT team, and you had to sneak through the streets with the spotlights and not be spotted by the terrorists and all that. But also Rambo First Blood Part 2, the parts in that movie where he's sneaking around the jungle and he's camouflaging and hiding. I can't help but think that those are probably one of the reasons why I gravitated towards, stealth games and all that kind of stuff.
Rose didn't know how the strange old lady got in her trailer, and she looked wrong somehow. The woman showed her teeth in an approximation of a smile and traced a finger down Rose's cheek. "Pretty girl," she said. Rose felt as if she was falling asleep, but her knees didn't buckle. The crone spoke in a whisper, her words ice cold and dark in Rose's ear.
Rose didn't know how the strange old lady got in the trailer, and she looked wrong somehow. The woman showed her teeth in an approximation of a smile and traced a finger down Rose's cheek. "Pretty girl," she said. Rose felt as if she was falling asleep, but her knees didn't buckle. The crone spoke in a whisper, her words ice cold and dark in Rose's ear. Tech, you watched Rambo series for the first time a few months ago. You're telling your Metal Gear Solid is it. Literally created stealth genre, and it's a series designed to show the horrors of war and the need for nuclear disarmament. Yeah, that's cool that you watched them as well. That's awesome, Tech, that you watched all of them. And that's it, like these things that come into being that are very prominent, that become very popular, and they sort of like feed back into. And it's a whole thing about inspiration, like one person's inspired by something to do something, and then that thing that they did ends up going on to inspire others to do something, and it keeps on feeding back into itself. And so when you look at stuff like that, like the Metal Gear Solid franchise, and you look at other series that followed afterwards, certainly ones like Splinter Cell and all that kind of stuff, you can see the inspirations that were in there, and it also transcends mediums. And you have a lot of games that were influenced by movies, of course, and Hideo Kojima is a big movie buff, so there's definitely a lot of things that he's taken to heart from movies and put into that game series as well, and also other stuff. And I think that sensibility that he has is one of the reasons why he's been able to transcend video games, or just transcend working with actors in video games, but has also been able to work with actors outside of that medium, Norman Reedus, and working with directors outside of that medium, like Guillermo del Toro, all this kind of stuff. But yeah, the Metal Gear Solid series definitely, look at the way Snake is, he's got the headband around, like it's not the same color as Rambo's, obviously, but it's that same kind of like aesthetic. It doesn't mean it's a copy of it necessarily. It's just that that's an element, or one of the elements you could look at and say, hey, that's a bit like, that. So what do you think of the Rambo movies, Tech? Because the one that I think is the best is the first. My favorite is the second. The third is actually quite a decent one, I thought. Rambo 4 was just amazing. That was like brutal. It's probably closer to First Blood in terms of like having the character be really serious. But then again, even in 2 and 3, there's moments, even though those two movies are specifically more focused on the action than the actual character. And Rambo Last Blood, like, it wasn't terrible, but I could really get behind Rambo and what he went through, and trying to start a new life, and just how things get fucked up, and and like his revenge scenes in that was just chef's kiss. You know what I mean? So, but that's sort of an overview of what I think about the movies. That's something that I this year I was saying I was going to do something like this, but never actually got around. But um, I wouldn't mind in the future doing just chatting streams that are just talking about movies and pop culture and stuff like that, just as something different to branch out with. It could be good potentially for like streams where I just want to do a stream, but not necessarily play a full game or something. Alan almost went over. Tech Big Boss is modeled after Che Guevara. Oh yeah, I could definitely see that. Yeah. And that reminds me of the character Suhadi Sodono in Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow. Alright, let's backtrack to see if Alan has any more dialogue. Alright, no new dialogue from Alan, backtracking. Take, you love the earlier movies, but Last Blood was very saddening. All enemies foreign and domestic. Yeah. Yeah, the tragic outcome, in that movie and all that, like... It really makes you feel for a character too, because it's like, after all the shit that he's been through, after all the war, all the fighting, all the violence, all the, people he's lost, his friends from back when he was in Vietnam, his, love from Rambo 2, Co, and all that kind of stuff. He finally almost finds peace, but then in the end, it's just like, no. He's not allowed to have any peace, unfortunately. But I think that's where the series should end, because as sad as it is, I think that's the kind of ending that serves Rambo well, even though it's unfortunate for his character, but having him suffer that loss and that be the final straw. So I really hope that that's the last... Well, the thing is, Stallone has said that he doesn't want to do another Rambo movie. He jokingly said, what am I going to be fighting in the next movie? Arthritis? But I think there has been talk about doing a prequel movie to First Blood. So I don't know what's going to happen there, but moving forward anyway, from the end of the last movie, I don't think there should be another one.
When he stopped the car at the Anderson farm, Walter felt relieved. Oblivion was close at hand. The brothers wouldn't miss a jar of moonshine or two in the booby hatch. But then he saw the man on the porch, and he knew who it was. Driving for his life and knowing it was useless, he didn't realize he was crying until he couldn't see the road for the tears.
Tech, it's better than him getting slow and dying in combat. Yeah, that's the thing. That's what they could have ended with, but it's good that they didn't. And I think where they did end it is the best way to do it. Oh yeah, Tech, me too as well. You know, like for someone like that to just go out by some no-name punk would just be, a terrible, terrible way to go.
Shadows crawled over the gate. I needed a light to destroy them to get through. I hoped there'd still be a working generator somewhere around here to power up the old lights by the gate.
That's good. More dialogue from Alan. I was just waiting just in case there was. Agent Nightingale stared at the passed-out rider. The man was sleeping off one hell of a night.
Nightingale felt a stab of envy at Wake's oblivion, but he had a job to do. He put the gun to Wake's head and almost became a murderer. His hand shook and his throat felt tight and dry. Biting his teeth, he tried again to pull the trigger. He lost the nerve. Wake stirred. Nightingale would have to settle for an arrest.
Nice. Alright, so Alan doesn't have any dialogue if you power up the generator but don't do anything afterwards.
I could sense the movement in the woods ahead. Facing the enemy without a weapon was dangerous, but I had no choice.
I want to see if Alan has anything to say if you don't pick up the flashlight straight away.
I could sense the movement in the woods ahead. Facing the enemy without a weapon was dangerous, but I had no choice.
Tech, slightly controversial question, but can you order Tomb Raider games 1 to 4 in order of your preference? Yeah, I think I could do that. Because my favorite is Last Revelation of all the games in the series anyway. So that would be 1. My next favorite is Tomb Raider 2, so that would be the second. And out of 1 and 3, I'd probably put, not because it's a bad game or anything, but I'd probably put 3 in third place and 1 in fourth place. So yeah, it'd be 4, Last Revelation, Tomb Raider 2, Tomb Raider 3, and then Tomb Raider 1, the original.
A car was driving away from the farm, headed in the same general direction as I was. For all I knew, it was Barry, caught in the consequences of leaping before looking. The car was heading for the cabin up ahead. It wasn't far. If it was Barry, I would see the damage soon.
Hello, Adrian. How's it going?
I'm trying to deliver each page to the right time and place. I'm trying to show you how the story goes.
I had seen glimpses of the light before. I had seen it in my dream. It was a strange spaceman or a diver in a bulky suit. He was the one who'd been placing the pages on my path.
Tech, so you said descending order yourself, did you? Oh, okay, so 4, 3, 2, and 1. Adrian, ever read the Alan Wake Files companion book? It was written from an in-universe perspective, Clay Stewart. It's like an investigation with interviews, photos, etc. I did, yeah. When I got the game on Xbox 360, I got the collector's edition, which came with that included. And it's a really good read. For the 10th anniversary of this game, I actually read the whole book on stream one time as well. Yeah, Adrian, yeah, still. Yeah, me too, as well. Yeah, still got it. I've got Alan Wake on the Xbox 360, I've got Alan Wake on PC, I've got Alan Wake on Xbox Series S, the remaster, and now I've got Alan Wake remastered on PlayStation 5. But playing it on PC is not optimal for me. That's why I haven't streamed it from the PC, the 2010 version, that is.
The dark presence followed the choreography laid out to it in the manuscript, growing stronger and stronger, moving like a storm from one scene of destruction to the next. But it was still bound to follow the story and chain to the dark place it came from. When the story reached the end it longed for, it would finally be free.
Adrian, you definitely prefer story expanding goodies and collector's editions rather than a bulky figurine. That's fair. Yeah. Yeah, it's good to have something extra like that. There's a lot of Assassin's Creed games that came out with like a book as well when you got the pre-order, the physical copy, of course. Tech 3 was your favorite once you got the autocannon. Boss fight was most challenging up to that point too. Oh, you mean the overall boss fight? Because if so, yeah, that fight with Willard mutated is definitely very, very difficult at times. The best thing I found to do was just to use your revolver ammo. 10 shots is enough to make him get stunned to the point to let you go and pick up one of the artifacts. And then he comes back, of course, and then, rinse and repeat. Because I played through with a guide once and they recommended saving at least 50 of those revolver ammo for that boss fight at the end. But yeah, you can use any weapon, of course, to stun it.
The storm raged on as the Anderson brothers walked unsteadily away from the clinic with the other patients in tow, knowing that this time they wouldn't return. The darkness around them seethed with horrors, but Tor and Odin were unafraid. Their eyes glinted with guile. They knew every secret path, and there was blood on their hands. They had fought these shades before.
Adrian, right a season. Hey there, drama. Welcome on in. That's right, yep. Not long to go. I pre-ordered the game to get the extra stuff that comes with it. So I plan to stream it on day one when it comes out.
Someone had left a gun behind. Now I had a fighting chance of reaching the farm.
Fucking nightmare mode enemies. Give me the fucking shits. Plus I press the friggin' buttons required to dodge. That's the other thing about this game, that if they have it in the sequel, I hope they've fixed. The way that you have to dodge is dodgy. Pun intended. Because it requires you to move the control stick to move at the same time as pressing another button. And if you're already moving, it's counterintuitive to have to do the button while you're moving, because sometimes it doesn't register. Oh my god, I didn't want to fucking use that. Jesus Christ. What I've got my laptop on is directly where my knee is, and I put the controller down on my knee and hit the button on the desk as I was putting the fucking controller down. Drama, you have to time it right, otherwise you're leaning around with an axe in your head. That's true. Alright, so just double checking where I'm up to in the guides. I've got multiple guides that I'm using to make sure I'm very thorough and get everything that I need to get. Manuscript pages, TV locations, radio locations, and sign locations.
I could see the car, but there was no sight of the driver.
Hello? Anybody here? Barry!
No! Danny, you're not! Please! What are you? No! Don't! I'm sorry!
The front door was locked. I know you. You were in jail the other day.
I went to the farm again for the moonshine, you know? It makes you see. They're not gonna miss it. They're in the loony bin. But my buddy, Danny, I lost him. Something's gone wrong with him. It's not him. Like a real bad follow-up to a real good movie. The best friend's suddenly the bad guy. Who wrote this crap anyway?
Those that don't have BTTV emotes enabled won't be able to see what I did in full, but the line where he goes, "Who wrote this crap anyway?" to the actual person who wrote it, and Alan's just like Homer Simpson backing into the shrubs.
I've run through every possible course in my head. If I continue like the Dark Presence wants me to, the story I'm writing won't save Alice. It's a horror story, and it's going to kill her, and me, and everybody in this town. No one will survive. Darkness will consume everything. This is what it's wanted all along. It will be free, unstoppable. It used Alice to get to me, dangled her in front of me to keep me going. It was never going to release her. I'm going to change this. I'll escape. I've written myself into the story. I'm now the protagonist. This feels like a terrible risk, but it's the only way to save Alice. I'll be bound by the events of the story just as much as anyone else who's been woven into it. The story must stay true for this to work. There have to be victims along the way, near escapes, cliffhangers. In a horror story, it can't be certain that the hero will succeed or even survive. He almost has to die. I'll write my own escape into the story next. I need help. Zane's going to be the one who'll help me. I'll make it happen.
Harbinger, you're so conflicted. You thought you liked Plague Tale, but it borrowed so many things from The Last of Us. Yeah, they were up front in interviews and stuff that they were inspired by The Last of Us, but also a game, and I always go to say the name wrong, so I want to double check. Yeah, so there's a game called Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons, where you play as two brothers, and one side of your controller controls one brother, and your other side of the controller controls the other, and you have to solve puzzles and work together. So those were the two games that inspired them: The Last of Us and Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons as well. But personally, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think A Plague Tale, Innocence, and Requiem stand on their own. And they're very different anyway to The Last of Us as well, because the different time periods, different stories are being told. Both deal with like a plague type thing, but I think the stories and the world and the way it's told and everything is unique enough from The Last of Us. But just like Mario versus Sonic games, the similarities are there, but there's key differences that help make both separate from each other.
Let me guess. Danny, huh?
Danny! Danny boy! Red rum! Red rum! Red rum! Red rum! There we go. A free horror movie quote. Harbinger, you've been enjoying this PC port. It isn't that bad anymore. You're using settings higher than recommended and it's fine. Are you at the part where you crash the car and fight some hunters? Oh yeah, that part, yeah. Yeah, the sort of like they thought they were getting out of one situation, but then they end up in another. But that's good though that it's working fine with higher than recommended settings.
I could climb out through the broken window. The farm was still a good distance away. I'd need a car to get there fast. For a moment, Hartman considered strangling the idiot. Mott was mean-spirited, but easily manipulated, an emotional infant who lived for his approval. Wake, by contrast, was a far more difficult subject. Mott had given him too much leash. In 2 days, who knew what could happen? Hartman would have to find a way to rein him in, and quickly.
Like how Mod is like, it's not done. And then Alan's like, I need a week. And he's like, 2 days. Harbinger, ammo handling has been rough, though. That's the thing about games like that I find is, you know, you might go into it trying to conserve stuff as much as possible, but then you get those moments where the game just becomes so infuriatingly annoying that you just give in and go like, fine, I'll use my best weapon, or, you know, fine, I'll use this ammo, and or I'll use this health item I was gonna save for, you know, a later point.
If Barry wasn't up here, he was probably in trouble down at the farm. For a moment, I felt bad for doubting him. After all, I'd made it this far myself. But Barry was Barry.
Well, as I'm sure everyone's noticed, that storm we all felt coming is finally here. The boys at the Weather Service reckon it'll last until morning at the very least. Pertaining to that, let me read that missing persons alert again. The Sheriff's Department's still looking for a Caucasian woman, 30 years old, slim and blonde with blue eyes. She may be lost in the woods, and it's possible she's been injured in a car accident. If you see her, please make sure you get her indoors and call the sheriff. It's bad weather to be caught out in, so if you see someone in the area who maybe looks a little confused, give him a hand, all right? This is Pat Maine on KBF FM, hoping you're all safe and warm tonight.
This is another page that only appears on the hardest difficulty.
Hartman had never felt as anxious as during the week after Maud had managed to lose the Wakes. Their car stood by the path that had once led to Diver's Isle. Hartman thought about Thomas Zane's cabin in the depths. It was only a matter of time before Wake started writing. They had to be found, and fast. The moment he heard on the police radio that Sheriff Breaker had picked up Wake, he was already in his car driving toward town.
Stay away from my daughter!
I'd known the brothers used to be some kind of rock stars, but it hadn't really sunk in until I saw the stage.
Ow! Rod! Incoming! There's too many of them!
God damn!
So glad you decided to go it alone, Mr. Bronson.
Shut up and shoot! Ow! We have to fight them all! I can set off more of the fireworks from here and help you out! Hey, Al! Did you notice there's a lot of ammo and stuff around? This place is stopped! Al! Hold on! I'll try to get the stage lights on!
Cunts.
I'm so glad you decided to go it alone, Mr. Bronson.
Shut up and shoot! Ow! We have to fight them all! I can set off more of the fireworks from here and help you out! Hey, Al! Did you notice there's a lot of ammo and stuff around? This place is stopped! Al! Hold on! I'll try to get the stage lights on! Turn of the century wiring! Hang on, Al! I'll get them working again, I promise! keep doing this to me! Do it for Barry, please, please, please! Please don't let me die. Although if I buy it, this is pretty much how I always wanted to go out. Rock and roll! Woo!
Bright Falls, rock and roll capital of America.
Hey Maxie, good day to you as well, dude. Welcome on in. I am doing well. Yeah, things are going good. How about yourself? Thank you for the GGs. Remember this part being tough. Yeah, on Nightmare mode, it's really, really tough. Not many hits before you die. The enemies are more resilient to even your concentrated light blasts and stuff like that as well. They stop backing away when they get light shone in their eyes brightly, and they just cover their eyes and keep moving forward towards you, so then get in a shot on you. That's great that you're doing good, Maxie. That's excellent. You had a nice cycle to work this morning at 5 a.m. Oh, nice and early, bright and early. Well, that's cool. I hope the weather was good for that too, as well. Hope it wasn't like really hot or anything. Maxie was around 11 degrees, so not too bad. Light rain, but it went away for a little while. Oh, that's good. Yeah, it's good that you didn't have any heavy rain, stuff like that, because that gets really annoying when you're doing something outside and it's not just a hop, skip, and a jump to where you're going, but you have to do a little bit of a distance. It's good not to have any like heavy rain falling down. I can't wait to play Alan Wake 2. I can't believe that it's finally coming out. Harbinger Heavy Rain is awesome to watch. Yeah, the sound of it can be good too, as well. Maxie, you're going to head back to work, dude, so we'll leave the tab open. Thank you so very much for doing that, Maxie, especially when you're at work. Thank you so much, I appreciate it. And I hope that things are going well at work. I hope the rest of your work time goes well today.
Deputy Mulligan tuned Thornton's chatter out. He didn't think writers were particularly useful people, and a huge manhunt for one struck him as idiotic. Certainly not worth the missed opportunity for coffee and pie. It wasn't even clear what the man had done, except run from them at the trailer park. Mulligan knew he wasn't alone. The sheriff's patience with the Fed was running out.
Would you imagine how you feel waiting for Half-Life 3 for almost 20 years, and then add another 20 on top of that, because that's probably going to be how long it takes. Half of people's lives that were born when Half-Life 2 came out will have already happened by the time Half-Life 3 comes out. Maxi, cheers, dude. Hope Alan eventually wakes up. Me too, as well. Hopefully so. I've got a feeling, though, that the second game is probably going to end on a cliffhanger. I wouldn't be surprised. Because if it's taken them this long to do an Alan Wake 2, I wouldn't be surprised if they thought maybe we should plan to do a third and make it a trilogy. So I'm prepared for that kind of stuff if it happens, but we'll just have to see how it goes, because anything can happen, especially when you deal with a story that a writer in the games world is actually coming up with. At least it took them only 21 years to release Baldur's Gate 3. That's definitely a big window of release between releases.
Hey, Al! This way to the farm! See, bestseller? No reason to worry. Your cutout's good as new, right where I left it. I'll come back for it once we have the place secured.
Yeah, that's been my biggest worry all this time. We need to get this thing moved out of the way.
This is as far as I got, before they ambushed me.
As the deputies hauled Wake and Wheeler away, Agent Nightingale eagerly examined the stack of papers Wake had been carrying. It was incomplete, a collection of random pages, but there was enough. He saw his own name in there, among others. His hand shook with emotion. Finally, it was proof. He had been right all along.
Hey, I think Alan Wake here has something to say. What's that, Al?
Ooh, I'm Alan Wake. I'm always right about everything. And if I don't get my way, I'll sulk all day long. I'm always intense and moody. It makes me very attractive and mysterious. Right now, I'm just standing here because I need my best friend Barry to carry me. But that's okay. I can just take him for granted.
I think I see what you did there.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
You want me to do my imitation of Barry Wheeler? No? Thought so.
I like how if you shine the light in Barry's face when he's holding the cardboard cutout, he uses it as a shield. Shin, spoiler, the final boss is a 666-foot tall pink rabbit that shoots rabbits out of its eyeballs. And it also teleports around the place, and it has Arnold Schwarzenegger's voice. I'm the rabbit, the big rabbit, zig, zig, zigs, you're going to die, all of you, now. How's it going, Shin? Welcome on in. Put the tortilla down. I was thinking about that the other day. Pablo Francisco's thing. Haven't you like how I go back to my normal voice? How's it going, Shin? How you going today? Hope it's okay. Yeah. Hello. This is Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'd like to take a loan, please, of $20 million. Okay, sir. What account do you want to transfer it into? Okay, here's my account details. Haven't just split personality. Yeah, it's like have a whole conversation between yourself. It's like, good morning, Arnold. Good morning, Rod. How you going today? Pretty good, thank you. And you? Yeah, pretty good. What you doing now? I'm playing Alan Wake. Oh yeah, I love that game. It's good, isn't it? Yeah, it's a really great game. The sequel's coming out in a few days. Oh really? That's awesome. I'll have to make sure that I buy it and play it myself. Oh, you play video games, do you, Arnie? Yes, I do. I don't tell many people because I don't want them to know. Otherwise, they send me all these fan mails saying, can you play with me? Co-op, multiplayer. No, I work alone. And I don't do requests. That's fair enough, Arnold. Well, I'll let you get back to it. No worries, Rod. I'll catch you later. I'll be back. Okay, Arnie. See you next time. So it looks like you might get your first snowfall of the year on Friday. Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. So, are you looking forward to that as well? Hey there, Senny. Welcome on in, dude. How are Alan, Arnie, and Rod today? We're all doing quite well, I think. I think so, at least. Hey there, Senny. How's things going with you, dude? How much that impression was worth 10,000 channel points? Yeah, like a tirade, a talk to yourself kind of thing with the Arnie accent. Shen, you love cold temps? Nice. Yeah, I do too. When it comes down to it, like I will still not like it if it's really really cold. It's not like I'm like, great, it's really really cold. I'll just go out there in shirts and shorts. But I do prefer the cold over the heat, to be sure. And of course you talk to yourself. Sometimes you need expert advice. That's a good one. Crooked, you're doing well, thanks. Had some really nice sleep and just getting started into the day now. Also very excited to be trying another CDPR experience later. That isn't like Witcher 1 or 2, hopefully. Hopefully not. No, you don't need another game like those first two Witcher games. The second one is better, but even that game has its major faults as well. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well and having a good morning. Always good to get that nice sleep in too, as well. Shen, you're only missing one CDPR game, and that is Thronebreaker. Yeah, that's definitely a game in that franchise I wouldn't mind giving a shot in the future. Crooked, Thronebreaker was really good. Yeah, and it's kind of like a prequel to Witcher 1, isn't it? In the sense of, doesn't it take place a certain amount of like years before the events?
Wow! You look at that thing, Al! They really went all out with this Viking crap, didn't they? Look at all this stuff!
Damn, I missed the prompt for it.
Wow! You look at that thing, Al! They really went all out with this Viking crap, didn't they? Look at all this stuff! They must have done okay for themselves, so how come I never heard of these guys before?
And this from the guy who learned about Ozzy Osbourne through reality TV?
Crooked, it sure is. It's before Geralt loses his memory and closer to the books, you think. The writing and impact of the choices is very similar in quality to Witcher 3. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's definitely good as well. Shows that they put a lot of effort then into what they were thinking of as outcomes and stuff. If only they did that with Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Shin, you're still wary about the first Witcher game getting a remake. Will they keep the romance cards that you can collect? Not too sure, actually, Shin, to be honest. But I don't know. I mean, if a game like Baldur's Gate 3, that partly in its marketing was talking about the, romance options, then I'm sure that they would probably do the same thing in the Witcher 1 remake. But you never know sometimes. But I'm not too sure. Who knows what they'll do? What I'm really hoping for in the remake is that they fix the friggin' quest structure from the original. Like, rework it from the ground up. And make it that you can't dead end yourself with with your choices and all that kind of stuff. Or at the very least, don't make it to the point where the player has to spend hours trying to figure out where they might have gone wrong and to actually rectify the mistake if they can, or potentially where to go from that point. Adrian, that's pretty embarrassing, Barry. Yeah, that's true, I guess. It's interesting, though, because I think one of the reasons why Barry hadn't heard of the old gods of Asgard before coming to Bright Falls, same with Alan, is basically because Thomas Zane, when he tried to stop the Dark Presence, he tried as much as possible to prevent any open-ended things to actually allow the Dark Presence to use it. So he tried to do certain stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to minimize the amount of knowledge that people outside of Bright Falls would have had about everything that went on. And of course, he left a lot of cracks open, especially if you consider the fact that people who aren't even from from Bright Falls can just turn up at Bright Falls and then be exposed to this stuff. But then again, when you think about it, it's only really the people who bring it up and also talk about it and encounter it that are the ones that he probably wrote, but yeah. There's something that I'm still not clear on 100%, and it's the order in which things were written. Because at one point, it's kind of like, oh yeah, Alan wrote everything, because he writes into the story the clicker, but he writes in that story that it was Thomas Zane who wrote that, you know. So it gets a bit wishy-washy with that, and I know that there's some theories that say that that Thomas Zane is probably Alan's father, but I don't know about that. I mean, maybe there's things that could point to that, but I'm not too sure. But the thing is, the with the Alan Wake DLC for Control, it kind of implies that potentially the things that we think we know from Alan Wake aren't necessarily the way that they are. Because Thomas Zane in that DLC reveals himself to be an actor, not a poet. So I'm very curious to see where Alan Wake 2 takes those story elements. And the fact that we're getting a sequel, I think, could potentially open up the door to certain theories that people have had about this game that not even Control answered. Maybe Alan Wake 2 will actually put to bed some of these theories that people have had about the first one. Especially when there's things that are up for debate as well. But we'll have to wait and see when Alan Wake 2 comes out. This part's going to be tricky because Barry actually talks over the intro for the Night Springs episode that's actually near him on the television. So I think what I might want to do is, before interacting with the TV, I want to just get any dialogue that potentially could be said by Barry as we look around, but without triggering the next actual part of the level, but just hanging around and wandering around before interacting with the TV. Because Barry says something like, I think this one might have been one of yours. Oh no, it was someone else's, kind of thing. Okay, so this Night Springs episode we're about to watch, the starting part of it, the dialogue of Barry's gets overlapped, so that's the best I can do. Unless, actually, what I can do is maybe, yeah, what I'll do is I'll get Barry's dialogue. The audio for the music is what, hang on, I'm just trying to think. Because when I was in the lodge showing the commercials, sorry, showing the Night Springs episodes on the TV there, I figured out which sound the actual Night Springs episode was tied to. I don't think it was the music. I think it might have been the sound effects that it was tied to. So what I might do is just turn that down and see if we can just get Barry's dialogue without the Night Springs stuff, and then I'll reload the checkpoint and then turn off the speech volume so that we can hear the Night Springs. I think that's how it's going to work. We'll just try it.
Sleep. We all spend a third of our dreams in its soft embrace.
Alright, so let's have a look. Barry started talking with that, so okay, so need to turn down the speech volume as well. Alright, so the speech from the TV, the Night Springs episode, is also tied to Barry, so I don't think there's any way for me to separate the two, unfortunately. So what I'll just have to do is 2 passes at it. So what we're going to do is reload the checkpoint. I'm going to listen to Barry's speech. So if you're someone who wants to really hear what Barry's saying, separate to the TV, then I'm going to concentrate on Barry's first, and then I'm going to reload the checkpoint and then concentrate on the actual Night Springs episode 1 as well. So just in case people want to, I guess, attune their ears to which volume they want to actually hear, whether they want to hear Barry's voice or the TV, focus on whichever one you actually want to hear. But I'll cover both just in case. I used to be addicted to soap, but I am clean now. Well, that's good, Harbinger. So we'll still hear this dialogue again.
You look at that thing, Al! They really went all out with this Viking crap, didn't they?
But yeah, I'll focus on Barry
Look at all
first
this stuff. They must have done okay for themselves. So how come I never
after
heard
we
these
interact
guys
with the
before?
TV.
And this from the guy who learned about Ozzy Osbourne through reality TV?
Sleep. We all spend a third of our
Night
dreams in
Springs,
its soft embrace,
man.
somewhere
Brings back
between
memories.
fantasy and
Hey,
oblivion.
remember when I got you that gig?
But
Your
dreams
first
have a
real
way of
writing
forcing
job. What got you
themselves into
started?
waking life,
Was this one of your
or
episodes?
Vice versa. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, The Dream of Dreams.
That's by someone else.
We join Mr.
When Barry says, oh, that's by someone else. What I'll do, not right now, but I'll reload the checkpoint again. And this time I'll focus on the Night Springs episode. So
Wow! You look at that
I
thing,
can't
Al!
separate the two
They really went
dialogues,
all out with this
unfortunately.
Viking crap, didn't they? Look at all this stuff. They must have done
And once
okay
we watch
for
the Night
themselves.
Springs
So how
episode,
come I
I'll
never
actually
heard these guys
replay a
before?
manuscript page that
And
relates
this
to
from the
what
guy who learned
Barry
about
talked
Ozzy
about,
Osbourne through reality
how he
TV.
got Alan the writing gig for it. Harbinger, that's from The Last of Us. Ellie telling jokes. Oh, of course. Yes, now I remember. Now that you mention that. I guess my memory was scrubbed clean of where that came from originally.
Sleep. We all spend a third of our
Night
dreams in
Springs,
its soft embrace,
man.
somewhere
Brings back
between
memories.
fantasy and
Hey,
oblivion.
remember when I got you that gig?
But
Your
dreams
first
have a
real
way of
writing
forcing
job. What got
themselves
you
into
started?
waking life,
Was this one of
or
your
vice
episodes?
versa. in Night Springs. Tonight's episode, The Dream of Dreams.
That's by someone else.
We join Mr. Jones as he explores the endless dreamscape, only to be brought to a sudden stop by a decidedly mundane situation. A long line of people.
Hey, Jones, right? Listen, we're gonna have to wait until His Highness over there is good and ready.
Oh, wow. Who's that?
You don't know him? What are you, new? He's the guy dreaming us. Well, not just us. He dreams everything. All of this.
But wait, no. I'm the one who's dreaming. I'm asleep. Isn't this my dream?
Oh, yeah. Sure. Get real, pal. You're just another dream. I'm a dream. You're a dream. The weirdo in the diving suit is a dream. And the girl made of smiles and sunshine is definitely a dream.
But I'm pretty sure I'm dreaming this.
Well, maybe you're a really confused dream. What am I, a shrink? All I know is I'm going with the smart guys. And they say that's the guy doing the dreaming. Right there.
I don't know what that means.
It means we keep him happy. No sudden falls. We make sure he has his clothes on when he goes out in public. No chases where the monster is nipping at his heels and he runs like crazy, but his legs don't seem to get him anywhere. None of that. Because if he wakes up in a cold sweat...
Oh...
Yeah, precisely. So we wait till he wants to move on. Keep things nice and calm.
Hey, something's happening here.
Yeah? What's that?
What? Can't you hear that?
Oh, God help us, it's an alarm clock. Oh, it's you, isn't it? Please, man, I got a wife and kids. Please don't wait.
Alright, so that's a very interesting episode. And the way I interpret it is you've got a situation where there's a dream happening. And all the people that are in that dream have their own personalities, their own whatever. And the guy who says, I'm going with what the smart people say, and they say that he's the one that's dreaming. And then at the end there with the alarm clock, the way I interpret it is the guy who is actually asking questions and the guy who's saying, I'm pretty sure I'm dreaming, I think he's the representation of the alarm clock that is invading the dream or about to, go off. And it makes me think of how, when you are asleep and you're having this really cool dream, but then your alarm clock wakes you up out of it. And then you're like, oh, of course that would happen. Right when the dream was getting good. So I like how that episode ends. Barry said that Barry said that he thought this was one of Alan's episodes of Night Springs that he had written. And he also mentions how he got Alan his first writing gig, which was writing a Night Springs episode. There's actually a manuscript page that has Alan talk about that. But it's only discoverable on Nightmare mode. It's this one here, Wake in Night Springs.
Even after all this time, hearing the Night Springs theme caused a surge of conflicting emotions in me. It'd been my first real writing gig. Barry had known a guy who knew a guy, and suddenly I'd been a semi-regular writer on the show. I'd always been ashamed of the job. Felt it was trash. I'd wanted to be an artist, a novelist. I'd been naive back then. It had taken a long time to learn to be proud of the work.
Barry had known a guy who knew a guy.
It's 1976. Madness reigns at the Anderson farm. Contrary to all logic, the headiest ingredient of their moonshine is unfiltered water from Cauldron Lake. The Andersons feel like gods. Odin can't stop laughing. He contemplates cutting his eye out. Tor runs across the field, naked, shrieking, hammer in his hand, trying to catch lightning. Their songs have power. Something ancient is stirring in the depths, coming back.
Thanks for the follow, Derp, and thank you for the redemption. This particular manuscript talks about the Anderson brothers and the moonshine that they have made, which uses unfiltered water from the lake, which is magical. And this would be before Odin actually cuts his eye out, which is why he's wearing an eye patch when he's an old man. And Tor running around, shrieking with a hammer in his hand trying to catch the lightning. Because the water from the lake allows people who are creative to make what they're sort of like singing about, writing about, or whatever, painting about, to actually come true. For the Anderson brothers, they love, Norse mythology and all that kind of stuff. So when they actually use the lake to actually create stuff, they're actually creating these, things, and to their mind, it's really happening. Like, Tor actually having a hammer, Mjolnir, and all that kind of stuff. There's another manuscript page that talks about the fact that Thomas Zane tried to suppress the dark presence in the dark place, but the Anderson brothers stirred the dark presence from its sleep. And that, of course, is what this manuscript page is connecting to in the other manuscript page.
For decades, the darkness that wore Barbara Jagger's skin slept fitfully in the dark place that was its home and prison. It was hungry and in pain. It dreamed of its nights of glory when the poet's writing had called it from the depths and given it a brief, terrible taste of power and freedom. The rock stars had stirred it from the deep sleep the poet had sunk it back to in the end. When it sensed the writer on the ferry, it opened its eyes.
There we go. So when Odin and Tor were using their creativity, using the water from the lake, it was stirring the dark presence that Thomas Zane, the poet, had tried to put it to a deep sleep. But the Anderson brothers and what they were doing was able to, stir it from its deep sleep. And then, of course, later, years later, when Alan arrives on the ferry, that's when it really, really kicks into high gear again. But it's not fully powerful yet. It still has rules that it has to follow, and it's still bound by the rules of the story, which is why Alan has had to make sure that whatever he writes is bound to the rules of the story, including the ending has to be bound to the rules of the story.
The Viking boat looked imposing, almost like a battering ram.
The Old Gods of Asgard, the 1975 Ragnarok tour. Be awed by celestial wrath and fury. April 11, Seattle. April 13, Bakersfield. April 14, Long Beach. April 17, New York City. April 18, Newark. April 22, Detroit. April 26, Jacksonville. April 27, Tampa. April 30, New Orleans. And May 1, Baton Rouge. The only ones I really know of the abbreviations is CA for California, NY for New York, NJ for New Jersey, MI for Michigan, FL for Florida, and LA for Los Angeles. I'm not sure about WA though. And that's the last sign to read of episode 4. Let's go back down to Barry just to see if there's any dialogue that triggers because we haven't done what we need to do.
Planting the crops is hard work.
I think we can make it through here, Al!
More of you?
At the farm.
Of course, they'd get hit right when I die, not before.
More of you?
At the farm.
Derp, you're currently downloading this in Control in Prep for 2? Excellent, that's cool. Yeah, if you end up liking this game, there's a lot of great stuff in Control as well. So hopefully you enjoy both of those. It's good that they're finally doing a sequel. It's been a long time coming. The original came out in 2010. Do you think you should try getting American Nightmare? Yeah, it's interesting with that. Like, I'd say if you really like Alan Wake, then probably use that as a factor. The thing about that game is, at the time, it was considered to be a sequel, but it's not 100% a sequel. Xbox, I think, what was it? It was Live Arcade that they used to have. Microsoft didn't feel that Alan Wake had done enough money, but I think they were willing to give Remedy a chance to do a follow-up of some kind, but on a much smaller scale. So that's what American Nightmare is. But I would say that American Nightmare is still like a good game. But yeah, I'd probably really wait until you play Alan Wake first, and then just see if it's something that you're interested in after that, because it plays very similarly, but it's a very different kind of story structure than this one. Derp, you played it on the 360 but never got to do the DLC, so you're happy it's part of the remaster. Oh, absolutely. I really think that any remasters should always make sure that any DLC content is bundled with it. And the 2 extra episodes, I definitely would recommend them as well, because they do carry on from the end of the main game. So there's not a big drastic difference in how that plays from the main game as well.
Those geezers had quite a production going on. Ooh, you know what, Al? If we make it through this alive, I'm gonna start representing them. Yep, sell this stuff online, maybe get a reality show going, release a new single.
Good luck with that, pal.
Hey, you find us a way out of here, okay? I'm gonna take a closer look at this stuff.
The door was barred from the other side. I'd have to find another way.
Yeah, that's a good DLC as well. Control is definitely a good game in its own right. I wasn't too sure about the game going into it because I was hoping that it wasn't going to be a situation where I only ended up liking the Alan Wake connections. But I was very happy that I actually liked the game for its own merits as well. And the main character that you play as, I really liked how they were written, and that game's story is just, really well done as well. You wondered, is the clicker from this game considered an object of power? Yeah, I would definitely think that it would be an object of power for sure. Just like the typewriter that Alan uses to type the manuscript and everything as well. Let's hang here and see if Barry says anything if we wait too long.
Be careful, Al!
I'm good. Keep your eyes open, okay?
Alright, and here we have it, the final radio in the game. This is in episode 4. This is the final radio that you can find in the whole game. Well, I should correct myself. Technically, it's not the last radio that you'll come across in the game that you can interact with. but it's the last one that the game counts in the statistics and for the achievement as the radio broadcast that you need to listen to. There is another radio that you come across later that plays an old Gods of Asgard song.
As you regular listeners know, I tend to work through the night, but I'm not the only one. Deputies Mulligan and Thornton are taking a couple of moments off their busy schedule to join me here in the studio. Boys, how busy are you now? Deerfest is almost here, isn't it? I bet that keeps you in business.
Pretty busy, yeah. Actually, Pat, we've been real busy with other stuff, which concerns an ongoing investigation. We can't talk about that, Thornton. I wasn't gonna say anything. I was just saying we got, other irons to fry.
And how would you compare your workload to last year's? Things have seemed relatively peaceful to me, but people do tend to get a little wild this time of year.
Oh, it's wild, Pat. It's pretty wild. There's been all sorts of trouble this year. Vandalism, fighting, public disturbances. A lot of people gone missing, too. Yeah, it's pretty much the usual stuff, Pat. Just, a lot more of it.
Now, is it just me, or does Deerfest get wilder every year? People seem to be more drunk, at least, or they start earlier and younger.
Oh, it's definitely not just you, Pat, but... Definitely, Pat. Hey, I'm talking here, Thornton. Oh, shoot, I lost my train of thought.
Not just me.
Oh, yeah, it's wilder, Pat, but actually most of the trouble seems to be coming from grown men. People who ought to know better, Kids are doing fine this year.
Well, that's nice to hear at least. Boys, I want to thank you for stopping by. I'll let you get back to your patrol.
Sure thing, Pat. Yeah, sure thing,
I
Pat.
always think of Moe from The Simpsons.
Yeah, Pat. Hey, Homer, what's wrong?
Can't do it, but that actor's voice reminds me of Moe.
I could see the building that had to be the Andersons' home on the other side of the field. It wasn't far now. I wasn't worried about trusting the ramblings of two burned-out geriatric wrecks. They had the goods. Kidding me.
Now 65 billion.
Valhalla. to add a really cool immersion factor, I would actually like to play this game at night when there's like heavy fog on my own. That'd be really cool. I used to have the same thought about watching the Evil Dead movies in a cabin in real life, out in the middle of the woods, by myself late at night. That would definitely add to the immersion factor. Okay, so because I'm trying to get all the dialogue, it means I'll be doing things that I know I'm not supposed to, or doing things in an order I know isn't the right order, just to get the dialogue of Alan or Barry or any other characters who might be present in any given time actually saying.
Al? Is that you out there, buddy?
Yeah, it's me. Hang on. I'll try to find a key to get the door open.
Hey, what's the holdup? Come on, this place is all dusty. You know I got my allergies. Come on, Al, open the door already. Seriously, I don't like it in here. Holy crap! I think I lost some body weight with that one.
That dialogue. See, that's the kind of stuff I want to get in this playthrough. Just standing there and seeing what characters might say. And hearing Barry be like, come on, Al, open the door. Alan, it would have been funny if you stood here and then Alan, to troll Barry, was like, hey, Barry, I think I found the key. Oh, no, wait, it's just a twig. To sort of get back at him for earlier in the game when Barry had lost the key to the gate and he thought he found it, but he only found a twig.
I had to find a key to get Barry out.
Hey, let's go, man. I think we're gonna have to work together to open this gate, Al. Looks pretty heavy.
Barry doesn't say anything if you just stand there while he's trying to push the gate open.
Hey, I think that's the farm on the other side of the field. We're almost there. This farm is a crazy place for crazy people.
We should feel right at home then.
Come on, one more gate. Let's do this thing.
Let's wait and see if there's any dialogue from Barry on this gate if we don't help him straight away. Hey Ben Darren, welcome. I'm doing really good. Yeah, things are going well today, and same with the game too. We're still on chapter 4, and I've been streaming on this stream session for almost 2 hours and a half, so I'm glad I didn't try and push myself to get this portion of the chapter done at the end of last stream. I decided to cut it off at a certain point within chapter 4. But after I finish chapter 4, I want to at least work on finishing chapter 5. Because I'm being very thorough with testing for dialogue and all that kind of stuff, it means it takes a longer time to get through the episodes individually than it would if I was just going through without worrying. But this is the most meticulous, in-depth playthrough I've ever done. Because the most in-depth I've done before is triggering all the dialogue in terms of like hanging back with the characters before moving on and watching all the Night Springs episodes and reading all the manuscript pages and listening to all the radio broadcasts, all that kind of stuff. But I haven't done the in-depth to this degree where I'm like, right, let's go the wrong way on purpose. Let's not do this straight away. How about we go this way and backtrack to see if there's any dialogue from Alan like, I really must go back this way or whatnot, you know. Same with the enemies, like the Taken. But no doubt there's probably dialogue that I've missed, even with them as well. Because some of the Taken, to get all their dialogue, you need to not kill them straight away. And then there's been some Taken groups of enemies that I've stood back and killed, and then there's dialogue for doing it. So being very thorough like this means it does take a while to get through each episode. Ben Darren, great. I see where you are. You love this part. Me too, as well. Yeah, I like the idea of getting to the farm, coming across their stage, and that whole sequence with the enemies attacking while you're on the stage and the song playing. It's just so good. It was a missed opportunity since Barry actually has a torch in his hand now. For if you shone yours in his face, he would do the same back to you. It's a shame they didn't do something like that. All Barry does now is just turns his back to us. It seems like the only time he responds to you doing that is early in the game. Benderin, if you recall, you love the part that comes after also. Oh yeah, when Alan is retracing his steps and remembers what happened during the week that he currently at this point doesn't remember. That would be funny, yeah. Things like that. I was saying before that when Barry is inside that building waiting for you to get the key, I think it would have been cool if you waited for too long. There is dialogue if you just stand there and wait with Barry, but if you wait even longer, it would have been funny if Alan goes, Barry, I got the key. Oh wait, sorry, that's just a twig, as a way to get back at Barry for earlier on in the game when Barry was trying to find the key and thought that he found it, and Alan was trying to get out of where he was, and he's like, oh no, it's just a twig. I think it would have been funny to do that as like a little bit of a payback that Alan could get on Barry. Ben Darren, Nightmare is the hardest mode. You know, sometimes Remedy does a Dead on Arrival difficulty. That's actually a great name for a difficulty. Dead on Arrival. Is it one of those difficulties where one hit and you're dead? Because if so, that'd be even more of a cool thing to call it Dead on Arrival. Unless there's I don't know if there's any cheats to unlock a higher difficulty for this game, but in terms of what the game points out to you, there's only Nightmare as the highest. Once you play the game once, obviously on a new save, need to play through the game at least once on easy or normal to unlock Nightmare, but doing a challenge, I don't know. I have contemplated doing a challenge with this game of some kind, but I've never really done one, and I haven't really decided upon what kind of one I would do. I don't think I would do a no-death challenge where if I die, I have to restart the whole game. But maybe do a no-death challenge where if I do die, and make it on Nightmare mode as well, so it's not, too easy, that if I do die, I have to restart the whole chapter, not just... have to restart the whole episode, not restart the whole game. They did that for Max Payne. Cool. Uncharted Brutal is pretty much one hit and you're dead. Yeah, it's like Evil Within, Akumu mode. One hit and you're dead. Even from like a really small enemy. And the thing with that game is like, if you're wanting to kill an enemy who's on the ground and you haven't given them a headshot or you haven't snuck up behind them and stabbed them in the head, when you drop the match on them, they can flail their arms about and you can still get hit by them in that. And if you do that on that difficulty and you get hit by them, then you have to, you die.
The lights are out. I guess we better check the fuse box.
The power downstairs was out, but I was sure I could fix that at the fuse box.
I'm not picking up coffee thermoses in this playthrough, leaving that for a future one.
Come on, Al, let's get the lights on, huh?
A stupid challenge to do with a game would be you can only move backwards as the character. So if you want to go forward, you have to either stop and move the camera and then do that, or do it as you're moving, but never move forward.
You know, this place looks kind of lived in. I thought the Andersons were in the booby hatch.
Yeah, I don't think they keep too close an eye on them at the clinic. They seem to slip away a lot so they can get wasted.
No kidding! Those guys sound awesome.
Again, Alice's screams rang in the stillness of the night. I saw myself run toward the cabin, flashlight in my hand. I followed my past self. I was an out-of-body observer, a time traveler in a crazy drunken dream. This was the beginning. The night Alice had disappeared. The mystery of what had happened during the missing week was about to reveal itself.
Bandaran, great hygiene, trash bag sitting in the entrance door. Oh yeah, Odin and Tor, they definitely knew how to be hygienic, taking out the trash, but just leaving it at the front. You know the secret thing here, right? You think it's here, maybe you're mistaken if you start the cutscenes, you can't see it though. Not off the top of my head, because I can't remember if I've covered this whole part before, but the secret fight. Not too sure, but I'm sure that being as thorough as I am, we'll probably come across it.
Can you hear that, Al? Music?
Of course. We need to find where it's coming from. That's the message the Andersons talked about. That's the whole reason we're here.
Lady of the Light? That's gotta be what's-her-face, the crazy lamp lady from the town.
Cynthia Weaver.
Right. Must be.
So is that the cemetery, Bandaran, on the Anderson farm? It's not on the story path, you believe. Oh, so is it actually before this part where their actual house is? Like along the way? Because if it's before this whole part, then yeah, I would have missed it. But that's cool though that there's something like that. A secret fight with the skeletons. Harbinger Rod is already making you wake up early to watch Alan Wake, probably planning to start Alan Wake 2 even earlier, 5 a.m. your local time. Well, I mean, I'm not making anyone do anything. You can definitely sleep in and all that. Let's not be codependent people here. Bandaran, it might be before this, sadly. You can search Secret Skeleton Fight Alan Wake on YouTube if you want to see it. Thanks, Bandaran. So, Secret Skeleton Fight. I might actually have a look at that now, and then that way I can get the link to it and at least put it in chat, even though I won't be able to show it on the actual stream. Oh yeah, Bandaran definitely didn't do that. Provide a link to the YouTube video that I found. There we go. It's funny, since it's an enemy you don't see anywhere else. That is so true. Yeah, I think I might have triggered it before, because I do remember I did a playthrough where I was really exploring thoroughly, because I was trying to find the all the coffee thermoses on my own without using a guide. So that could have been, but that was a playthrough years ago that I did that in. I'll have to keep that in mind for the 15th anniversary playthrough I'll do for this game when it celebrates 15 years since release.
The record's probably just a little dusty, Al. Give it a little thump. I want to hear the song.
See how much dialogue Barry might have before we interact with the record.
Okay. We need to find Cynthia Weaver. We'll stay here for the night and head back to town as soon as it gets light.
Hey, Al. Lots of hours before dawn. Might as well get some rest. And by rest, I mean drunk.
Come on, Barry, this is... Yeah, what the hell?
Seriously, because I know we don't get along, but we're gonna find her, right? And even though you're a crazy bastard, I'm gonna stick by you, no matter what, ever, Al. Sure, like a brother.
I'm a writer, goddammit.
Correct.
If I just wanted to, I could write 10 books a year. And they'd be the best books that year.
No, you couldn't.
That's right, I couldn't. But I could, because I'm a writer.
What? What do they put in this stuff? I feel like my brain is coming out of my nose. I'm gonna get the recipe off those coots and be a booze millionaire.
I just miss her, Barry. I just want her here with me.
I know, Al. I know. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna make it okay.
I'm coming! It's all right! I'm coming!
It was a crazy, drunken dream, and yet it was more than that. It was the truth, a suppressed memory unearthed by the Andersons' moonshine. I was there, an out-of-body observer. This was the night Alice and I had arrived at Bright Falls, the night Alice had disappeared. I had a chance to find out what had happened. Whatever power had brought me back to this night at the lake was also stopping me from leaving. I had no choice but to see it through, to find out what had happened. Beyond this lost memory, there was nothing. I had to follow the footsteps of my past self to find out what had happened that night.
That's the thing I love about this game, is going the wrong way. The character's just not like, I don't go this way, or I can't go this way, need to go back the other way. I like how they make Alan turn it into a narration as if it's part of the story naturally. And Drama, I can see your message in chat. Yeah, your messages have been coming through the first one that you sent, and that one now. But if you've sent any other ones after, you have to time it right, otherwise you're leaning around with an axe in your head, and your most recent one, then those ones haven't come through. But yeah, the last two messages I have from you is you have to time it right, otherwise you're leaning around with an axe in your head, and hey, can you see this message? Ben Darren, you wonder how much farming Anderson Brothers actually did. Yeah, I think they probably did more drinking than farming, I would have to say. This is another situation in this game where I'm going to do the wrong thing on purpose, going to go the wrong way, going to stop and wait to hear if Alan says anything, and do other sorts of things for this part.
remembered being surprised to see the cabin dark. Alice would have never turned the lights off.
Bunny, you recently replayed Max Payne 3. Max being like that as well. Going wrong way resulted in Max in making comments about what he actually should do. Nice. Yeah, I like it when games do that. It just makes it more interesting than just a simple, basic kind of like few words only, and nothing that's kind of like internal to the character's thoughts.
Alice? Alice!
Before going into the cabin, we'll go back all this way and see what Alan says, if he says anything.
I remembered thinking I caught a glimpse of her form underwater, sinking into the darkness. Diving after her was the last vague memory I had of that night. After that, the next thing I could remember was waking up behind the wheel of the crash car and finding the first pages of the manuscript.
Hi, Ifriet. Welcome on in. Hope things are going good.
couldn't find her in all that blackness. I must have thought she drowned.
Alice!
Jagger had Alice, and so she had me.
Alice!
I'd been easy prey.
Look at the cabin. Is there someone in the window?
Alice?
Maybe she didn't drown after all. Maybe she's inside.
Alice!
Yes.
The dark presence had touched me. She had dug her nails into my brain and used me, made me her puppet.
She must be here somewhere. Maybe upstairs in the study.
Alice!
Yes, that's where she is. You can apologize.
Alice!
You'll laugh at the whole thing together and put it behind you.
Alice?
She's not here. You were foolish to think so. No, she's dead. She drowned.
No, no, no!
It's your fault your wife is dead. You are guilty. All she wanted was to help you right. You killed her. Oh, hush. There's still hope. Cauldron Lake is a special place. Here, you have the power to change things. She wanted you to write. I will tell you what to do. You can write her back. The story will come true, and all will be well again.
She had Alice, and the manuscript was the ransom for her. Yes, I'll write. I'll fix it. I'll bring her back. No, I wrote it. I remembered it all now. In the dark, I'd written for days, a week, almost a complete manuscript of a novel entitled Departure. Jagger had been my editor, whispering in my ear, making sure that the unfolding story would make her more and more powerful. I thought I was saving Alice. Even with the cobwebs she put in my head, some part of me had been aware enough to write my escape into the story, to bring a light into the cabin to release me before I could finish, to interrupt the horror story before the ending, where darkness consumed everything and everyone. Zane was weak and far away, but I had written him into the story, and his light had been enough to set me free.
It isn't here now. I'm here because it was written. I brought the light to set you free. You must hurry. It will know I'm here. It will be back soon. It stole the skin of my Barbara a long time ago. She looks so old.
I had woken up, confused and groggy, my mind consumed by darkness and fear. All I could do was to escape. The week spent in the cabin had taken its toll. I was barely conscious, and fading fast. It had to have cost Zane terribly, thrown him even deeper into whatever dark place he now haunted. But he had managed to weaken the dark presence, kept me safe that night.
I wrote it. It's my fault.
That's right, James Joyce. It's your fault, and you're gonna pay for it.
Great song, but just for the VOD not being muted in this part, I'd rather not have it play. And I'm going to go for a break in a moment anyway, before starting the next episode. Drummer, cool, you're on the TV, but you can't see chat there, so you opened it up in a new tab with video pause so you can read the chat. Oh, I got you, Drummer. Yeah, that kind of stuff can be really annoying when that happens. But yeah, your last 3 messages that came through were the one about the axe, and then the one about asking about the message, and of course your current one that you put in chat. James Joyce is another real-life author that Nightingale calls Alan throughout the series. In the other streams, I put in links to the Wikipedia page of each author that gets mentioned. There's a few more that are coming up at the start of the next episode. Before I start the next episode, I'm going to go and take a break. I'm going to pin up a challenge. I'm going to bring up, pin a message to the top of chat about being on a break. And I'll take about I might take a 15-minute break, actually. Because if I'm going to go and get episode 5 of the game done today, I'm going to need a lot of hours worth. So I'd rather have a longer break now in prep for that. So I'll be back in 15 minutes with episode 5 of Alan Wake. Alrighty then, back from my break. Finished off chapter 4. Just about to go into chapter 5. I'm going to unpause and then skip the music that's playing at the end of episode 4. And then we're going to be able to see a recap of what happened. And then we'll continue on. I'm looking to finish chapter 5 in this stream as well. But it'll probably take me a few hours. I anticipate it'll probably take me, let's see, another 4 hours maybe.
Previously on Alan Wake. Under the influence of the Dark Presence, I wrote a horror story that is coming true. Jagger had been my editor, making sure that the unfolding story would make her more and more powerful. Some part of me had been aware enough to write my escape into the story.
Together we can create something absolutely wonderful.
The lake, it does something to the works of art created here. It makes them come true. My mom gave me this old light switch.
The clicker.
Alice is being kept in a dark prison. I need to find Cynthia Weaver to fix this.
It's your fault, and you're gonna pay for it.
Well, we're expecting a record crowd from the neighboring counties. Naturally, we hope to break the record set by last year's Moose Fest in our neighboring town, Watery. Ladies and gentlemen, some people have asked me, what's the big deal about Deer Fest? And I think that this sums it up. It's about friendship and community. We've got a great party coming up, but let's try to hold it in until tomorrow and get through the night in one piece, all right?
I have it. Someone will come for it when the time is right. Thomas said so. He wrote it. The key is insurance. It's my job to keep it safe. Safe in the light. Always in the light.
All the manuscript pages were gone. The FBI agent had taken them.
I think my tongue just took a crap in my mouth. Ugh. Oh, wait, we're in jail now? Al. Al, this is not good.
That about sums it up.
Oh, I am never drinking again.
I need to talk to Weaver. She's the one in the song. The Lady of the Light.
What, the crazy lady? Ugh, whatever you say, Al, but we're stuck here. They're not gonna...
I had some reading to do first, Sheriff, and let me tell you, it was an interesting read. Well, I've got you now, Raymond Chandler. It's all here. All the evidence, including conspiracy to murder a federal agent. There's no way you're walking out of here. You hear me in there, Bret Easton Ellis? Huh?
Agent Nightingale, I want to talk to your superior.
Well, we all want things, Sheriff. I wanted my... Look, that's not possible right now.
Agent Nightingale, I insist. Wake, what's wrong?
Lady, are you stupid? It's a trick. It's an obvious trick.
Okay, I've had enough of this crap. Wake, I'm gonna trust you with this.
You're joking.
Agent Nightingale, your opinion would matter more if you were sober and if I actually believed you were here on official business.
Whoa! Get back in the cell, Stephen King. The only way you're leaving this place is over my dead... Wait a minute. I know this...
Oh my God!
Light. We need light. It's the only way to fight this thing.
In my office. I've got your things there. Follow me.
Oh man, we're sitting ducks with the lights out.
Stay cool. I can get the emergency power on.
Nightingale tried to make sense of the manuscript. It was disjointed and strange. He didn't understand half of it, but it all rang true. Impossibly true. He took out his hip flask when he reached the page that described how he reached the page that made him take out his hip flask. It wasn't the booze that made his mind reel.
That's that manuscript. There's also one that relates to that in terms of like Nightingale actually reading it.
Agent Nightingale didn't want to be in Bright Falls. These little communities revolted him, and he didn't like the trees or the coffee. He now knew that impossible horrors lurked behind the storefronts and smiles. He desperately wanted to turn the car around and just drive until he passed out or ran out of road and booze. But he had a job to do. He had a writer to catch, at any cost.
That's not the specific one I wanted to replay, but it is definitely obviously part of Nightingale's involvement in the story. But there's another one. It might be this one.
The FBI agent's command froze me in place. I considered surrender. It was all falling apart anyway. I could give in, let someone else deal with it. But it felt all wrong. Call it instinct, his posture, the way he held the gun. He was no friend. Shots ringing in my ears, I leaped for the hole in the fence and stumbled into the darkness beyond.
That's not the one I was looking for. But it's still related to Nightingale. May as well recap the ones with Nightingale involved.
Nightingale stared through the broken studio window into the dark woods. He turned around, started to walk out, but Maine grabbed his arm. "Young man, you almost shot me. You don't shoot off rounds at people like that. What's the matter with you?" Nightingale shook his arm free, marched out. His cheeks burned with rage and humiliation. I stared through the bars of the jail cell. Barry stood behind me, swaying on his feet, looking as ill as I felt. Agent Nightingale stood on the other side of the bars with Sheriff Breaker. Nightingale had a stack of manuscript pages in his hand. He seemed unhinged as he gloated. "Well, I've got you now, Raymond Chandler. It's all here. All the evidence, including conspiracy to murder a federal agent." Even behind the closed doors and curtains of his grimy room at the Majestic, the local motel, Nightingale could feel the locals' eyes on him, the unrelenting pressure of their judgment. He forced it out of his mind. For all he knew, they could all be under Wake's spell already. You do what you have to do to get the job done. He took comfort from the bottle in his hand. "Please," he thought, "just let me get through this." Agent Nightingale stared at the passed-out writer. The man was sleeping off one hell of a night. Nightingale felt a stab of envy at Wake's oblivion, but he had a job to do. He put the gun to Wake's head and almost became a murderer. His hand shook and his throat felt tight and dry. Biting his teeth, he tried again to pull the trigger. He lost the nerve. Wake stirred. Nightingale would have to settle for an arrest.
Here we go. Here it is. Nightingale finds the manuscript. But I'll replay this again because it's related to Nightingale. May as well, since I've done it with the other ones now.
Deputy Mulligan tuned Thornton's chatter out. He didn't think writers were particularly useful people, and a huge manhunt for one struck him as idiotic. Certainly not worth the missed opportunity for coffee and pie. It wasn't even clear what the man had done, except run from them at the trailer park. Mulligan knew he wasn't alone. The sheriff's patience with the Fed was running out. As the deputies hauled Wake and Wheeler away, Agent Nightingale eagerly examined the stack of papers Wake had been carrying. It was incomplete, a collection of random pages, but there was enough. He saw his own name in there, among others. His hand shook with emotion. Finally, it was proof. He had been right all along.
There we go. then, of course, Nightingale reads the manuscript, is the one that we just had a look at. In the guide that I'm looking at, that's 82. 83 is Nightingale Attacked by the Dark Presence, which is right after this manuscript that we just picked up. Thank you so much for the welcome back, Senny. Welcome back to you as well, dude. We're in episode 5 now.
Nightingale felt the situation veering out of his control, but the gun at least felt steady in his hands. He was ready to fire, resolved that he would let this happen over his dead body. And yet he hesitated. He had seen this moment before, read it in the page. He was transfixed by the déjà vu and the horror that he was a character in a story someone had written. Then the monstrous presence burst in behind him and dragged him into the night.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, so I'll keep on going until I finish episode 5 today, and then I've got one more stream up my sleeve to get through episode 6 and the 2 extra episodes, the DLC. However, episode 6, it'll still take a while given the type of playthrough that I'm doing, but chapter 6 itself is actually shorter than a lot of the other ones. So that, plus the fact that with the 2 DLC episodes, I'm not going to be as in-depth as I have been with the main game. So that'll help me get through those as well. I probably won't even play those on Nightmare mode, actually. I'll just play them on normal, those aspects. But, yeah. Or I might still play it on Nightmare mode. We'll just see how I'm feeling when we get to that point. You just came back from breakfast and taking the doggo out. Oh, nice. That's cool, dude. I hope you enjoyed the breakfast, and I hope that you and the doggo enjoyed the walk as well.
Here are your things. Wake, what do I need to know? What do you need from me?
They can be hurt in the light, only in the light. And I need to find Cynthia Weaver. She can help me stop this.
Light. Check. Cynthia. She lives in the old decommissioned power plant. I can get you there pretty quickly in the rescue chopper.
Weren't you supposed to pack some heat?
Is this your definition of packing some heat, Barry? How about this? I love Barry's facial expression, even though we're pulling a gun on him.
Come on, let's get back to your friend. Wheeler, I need you to stay here.
What? No!
We're going to fetch our ride, but I have friends who need to be warned about this, and I can't be in 2 places at once. I need your help.
Well, okay.
Here's a list of people and phone numbers. I need you to call them and tell them you have a message from me. Night Springs, okay? They'll know what to do.
Night Springs? Like the TV show? Gotcha. Oh, hey, that radio guy is on the list. Maine. Who's Frank Breaker? He related to you?
My dad.
Hey, is this like a secret society?
Can you do this? You'll be safe here. The backup power's on. These guys need to be alerted, just in case we don't come back.
You'll come back for me though, right?
As soon as we get the chopper ready. Thanks, Wheeler. I owe you one. Okay, let's go, Wake. Through the back.
My hangover wants a pizza. You think there's any way I could order one, Al?
My hangover wants you to shut up and get to work.
Hello, Mr. Breaker? This is Barry Wheeler. Yeah, I know it's late, but listen, the sheriff, Sarah, asked me to tell you something. She says Night Springs, okay? So I guess she... Yes, sir. Okay, No, she's okay. She's just busy, so she asked me to... Oh, no. Actually, I'm a literary agent, sir. I'm just helping her out because she's busy right now. Well, the one you'd most likely be familiar with is Alan Wake. You're kidding? Well, I'm glad to hear that, sir. I'll tell Al you said that. That's really nice. But listen, I really need to make some more calls here. You got the message, right? Yeah, that's right. Okay, thanks, sir. Bye now. Hey, the sheriff's dad is a big fan, Al. Said you're the best thing to happen to crime fiction since James Elroy. I think he was a little drunk, though. Hello? This is Barry Wheeler. I'm calling on behalf of the sheriff. Sarah says Night Springs. Okay? Okay, bye. Hello? Hi, Barry Wheeler. I have a message from Sarah. Night Springs. Okay? Bye now. Hello, ma'am. Sorry to bother you. Barry Wheeler calling for Sheriff Breaker. She asked me to tell you... Wheeler? Ma'am, she asked me to... No, I'm... Yes, but the sheriff asked me to... Yeah, I think this is gonna take a while, Al. You better get going. Ma'am, I'm... Yeah, but... No, wait. Ma'am, please, But the sheriff... But ma'am, I'm supposed to... Ma'am, just hear me. But But she said... Ma'am, Yeah, but... No, wait. Ma'am, please, But the sheriff...
Crooked, he's probably seen worse at this point. That's true. Being a literary agent for one of the most popular authors, he's probably seen some stuff. Busted, you wonder what this ma'am could possibly say. That's true. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that at this point, the dialogue that Barry says here just keeps looping. Crooked, kind of painful to watch how he's constantly talked over lol. He's like, but... Hey, yes, ma'am, I understand, but... Okay, but... I see, but... What I'm trying to...
But ma'am, I'm supposed to... Ma'am, just hear me. But But she said... Ma'am, Yeah, but...
Exactly, dude. Yeah, very frustrating. Can't get a word in edgewise.
But ma'am, I'm supposed to...
The sheriff, Sarah Breaker, her father, Frank, used to be the sheriff of Bright Falls. And he also used to be a agent for the Federal Bureau of Control as well. Which I quite like that connection when they made it in the game Control.
Yeah, but... No, wait. Ma'am, please, But the sheriff... But ma'am, I'm supposed to...
Oh, hell. Whatever took Nightingale must have broken the gate controls. We can't reach the gate's control box from here. We need to get to the other side over the rooftop.
I'll go. I'll open the gate for you once I'm across. You stay here in the light and cover me, Sheriff, okay?
Are you sure? Okay then, but hurry.
supposed to... Ma'am, just hear me.
Hey, ma'am, hear this. It'd be so funny if you shot near the phone. Barry was like, "Oh no, it's okay, it's nothing," to the person on the phone.
Ma'am, please,
So anyway, I just started blasting.
I needed to reach the rooftop to get to the other side of the broken gate.
But ma'am, I'm supposed to...
But ma'am, I'm supposed to...
Hell, whatever took Nightingale must have broken the
The
gate.
way Alan fell and just the sound.
Can't reach the gate's control box from here. We need to get to the other side over the rooftop.
I'll go. I'll open the gate for you once I'm across. You stay here in the light and cover me, Sheriff, okay?
No, wait. But man... Yes, but... You don't have to fight those enemies. once you actually get over near there, where the switch is to put the lift down, they will actually just fly off. But I thought I'd take care of them just in case there was any dialogue from doing so.
Hey, Sheriff! Your password. Night Springs? What's that all about?
It's a stupid joke we have. That Bright Falls is the original inspiration for the TV show. This town can get weird at times. Never this weird, though. Hey, wait! The gate, remember? You have to open it for me!
I couldn't leave without the sheriff. She was my ticket to Weaver.
You need to bypass the damaged control box.
What am I, an electrician? Hold on!
Ow, damn! That's smart.
Good job, Wade. Okay, stick close. Our first stop is the town hall. The keys to the chopper are there.
This part's a good opportunity to save your ammo because Sarah has unlimited ammo, and as long as you shine the light around the Taken to get rid of the darkness around them, she'll be able to just shoot them dead. up ahead is the Oh Dear Diner, and I don't know if it happens in the remaster version. I don't want to test it out to see if it does, but out of caution, ever since it happened to me one time, I make sure that Sarah actually opens the gate that we're going to come up to before going over there, because if you go over there, a checkpoint gets created, and in the original version at least, what would happen is Sarah would glitch and not open the gate, and the only way to progress further in the level is through the gate. So just in case, I always make sure that she opens the gate first, and then if I'm going to go over to the other side where the diner is, then I go in after she's opened the gate already.
Vote for me and these bastards with the pickaxe. I'll flash them out for you.
Thanks for redeeming the Artie impression, Ammo Greed. Welcome on in. Arnold versus the Taken. Now that would be something I would like to see.
I'm gonna want explanations, you know. For example, what the hell happened to Rose? She's seriously messed up now.
The same thing I think happened to me after I arrived.
During this week you can't remember?
Oh, I remember now. Barry was in his element, making calls, making things happen, even if he didn't entirely know what those things were. He wouldn't let the hot sheriff chick down. Even if every noise he heard from outside, and he heard plenty, made him jump. He had only paused to text Al a message, told him to hurry up. Suddenly, Barry froze in mid-dial. A window broke somewhere in the building, and then the lights went out.
Ammo Greed, you wish they had looked into the voice acting for the remaster too. Oh, I remember. Yeah, I've always thought that the acting in this is fine. And Alan is literally telling the truth. He didn't actually remember that week where he had the memory loss until we get to episode 4 in the story. And then when he drinks the moonshine that has the water from the lake in it, then he has that dream, which is the memory of what happened. And then he figures it out. So by the time Sarah asks him then in chapter 5 about what happened to Rose and the fact that he was affected the same way or similar, and she's like, in this week that you can't remember, and he's like, oh, I remember now. In this playthrough, not getting all the coffee thermoses. Alright, so I'm going to turn the music off while I play this song, just in case there's any dialogue that happens when Alan actually plays it and listens to it now. The reason I've turned the song or turned the music off is because this song gets the stream muted at this part. So anything that I'm actually saying gets overridden, I think. But yeah, the song is Coconut. Earlier in the story, right at the start, Odin wants you to play it for him. The actual song goes for about 4 minutes. It feels like it's been 6 minutes or so. I might just turn the music on a little bit for a few seconds just to see where it's up to in the song. it seems like the song has actually stopped, but yeah, okay. The song's actually stopped. It's just that they haven't had the record actually stop. Alright, so there's no dialogue if Alan plays that song again. Harbinger, yeah, thanks. You mentioned it so many times, now it's stuck in your head, like a broken record. Ammo, wow, this song is long or what? It feels like an hour, yeah. You definitely can't hear the music. Yeah, it's actually an interesting song. It's an old song. The first time I heard it, it was used in Reservoir Dogs, Quentin Tarantino's first feature-length movie. It's used in the end credits.
New Yorkers were rude.
Ammo 357, time for you to say goodbye, Rod. Hope you have a nice playthrough. Thank you so much, Ammo Greed. I definitely will. Thanks for stopping in for a bit. I hope that you have a good one. Until next time, Harbinger, the coconut, the coconut, the coconut, the coconut, the coconut, the coconut could make you become one.
You have the right to remain silent. I understand these rights.
Was it Tom Hanks' favourite friend in Castaway? Oh, well, never mind. It was the ball. Yeah, that's true. I haven't seen that movie.
I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want. If you are looking for ransom, I can tell you I don't have money. But what I do have are a very particular set of skills. Skills I have acquired over a very long career. Skills that make me a nightmare for people like you. If you let my daughter go now, that will be the end of it. I will not look for you. I will not pursue you. But if you don't, I will look for you. I will find you. And I will kill you. Good luck.
Thanks for redeeming that from the first Taken movie. And given the fact that these enemies in Alan Wake are called the Taken, that's quite apt to redeem that while playing Alan Wake. Could be a scene from Commando. It very well could have been. That's for sure.
Over here! There's light! key. Watch my back, Wade.
It's an ambush.
Keep them off me! Oh, no you don't! Let's go, Wade.
Okay, someone's messed with the fuse box here, but you should be able to jury-rig it while I find the keys.
I already got electrocuted once today. How about I look for the keys and you get burned for a change?
Fine. They should be in the clerk's office on the other side of the building, near the main entrance.
Gotcha.
The keys aren't upstairs, Wake.
I'm just gonna take a quick look.
Freedom. A fusion of vigilance, conscience, and uncompromising clarity of vision. A need so fundamental, it permeates our very being. And yet, a man may be brought to his knees in a single heartbeat. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, taken in his prime. For young Manny, the night hasn't been kind. He's a marked man, selected for a lifetime of servitude after answering an ad in the newspaper. But first, a little field surgery is required.
Well, well, look what I found.
Ah, please, no!
Yeah, I think you're just about ready for it.
Best if you don't resist this, kid. We gotta beat it out of you.
What? I don't understand. What did I do? I just wanted to get a job in the service industry.
Well, you're gonna serve all right.
No! Ah! Ah! Please! Ah!
fight between the self-esteem and the childhood traumas. What are you doing to me?
Quit squirming. There, I got it. Believe me, kid, this free will thing is more trouble than it's worth.
What was that?
Oh, nothing for you to worry about, Manny.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
We'll tell you all about that. Don't you worry.
Another vacant worker ant, birthed in fury and violence for the pleasure and convenience of ruthless and malicious men. Stranger things can happen in Night Springs.
Hey Ben Darren, that's an interesting episode of Night Springs. The idea that this guy who is been looking for a job gets a job, but as part of the job, symbolically, he has to give up his free will, meaning that he has to put the job first before everything else. And the idea of someone being a slave to their job and all that kind of stuff, and how he's resisting at first, but once his free will is taken away, it's just like, you know, what happened? You know? And then he just submits his life to his job. Exactly, Van Darren. Yep, another worker ant whose only purpose is to do the job that they've been given to do, and that's it. Nothing beyond that. Absolutely, Van Darren. Very dangerous. It's all just sparking everywhere and just la-di-da-di-da, press this, try this, turn this, test this.
The darkness that wore Barbara Jagger's face was furious. The story in the manuscript had been making it stronger all the time, but now the light had set the writer free and hurt it, weakened it. It was only a matter of days before the dark presence would be strong again, but meanwhile, it would be difficult to recapture the writer. The message was from Barry. He was getting worried at the station. He wanted us to hurry.
Hey, Brutus. How's things? Ben Darren, there is an amateur hobby electrician in all of us. That's it. It's like, I wonder what would happen if I put my hand on this live wire. Gee, let me think. Oh, that's great, Brutus. Glad to hear that things are going good. As for me, I'm doing well. We're in episode 5 now of this game. I'm doing the 2 extra episodes that are DLC, which in the remaster are added automatically into the bundle. But in terms of like the base game, there's one more episode after this. Not getting the thermoses in this playthrough. Leaving that for a future one. I don't like the hunting rifle, so I normally leave it. Prefer the shotgun. Van Darren, you wonder if you can reset the thermoses. Not on your current save. Like, you would have to delete your save and the cloud save and start again. The only thing that it actually puts back into the game every time you start a new game from scratch on your same like save file is the manuscript pages. They'll actually still be in the game world. But the thermoses and the canned pyramids, for example, once you actually take care of all of them in the game, they're all out of the game. They don't get put back in.
Okay, Sheriff, I got the keys.
Barry?
Why isn't he inside?
Oh god! Oh god!
Barry! Look out! Barry, move! Barry!
He made it inside, Wake. He's okay. The storefront's blocked. Come on, Wake. Let's go around. We can meet him in the back.
Barry? Barry! Can you hear me? Are you okay in there?
Yeah, I'm cool. Don't worry. I'll find another way out and meet you two out back.
Are you sure?
I'm fine. Besides, there's all sorts of useful stuff in here. I didn't touch that. I wasn't anywhere near that.
Hey, Wake, over here!
It's not recorded when Bright Falls was first formed as a nameless trading post, but it became a town when the Bright Falls Mining Company started to operate nearby in 1878. It was then that Hubert Biltmore, a fur trapper, and Amos Gunderson, a pioneer from Tacoma, decided to build a post office, saloon, and hotel, all operating from the same building. It was through the efforts of these two men that Bright Falls became the permanent and thriving town it is today. Hey there, Keone. Welcome on in. Spider-Man is a masterpiece? Oh, that's excellent. That's really good that you're enjoying it. I'm looking forward to playing the 2018 game, as well as Miles Morales and Spider-Man 2 as well. Be right back in a moment. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, Ben Darren's Spider-Man. Spider-Man.
Stay sharp. Company.
Duck season.
We can make it through the bookstore. Wheeler should be waiting for us in the backyard.
Keep it the hell down or I'll call the sheriff.
Oh, hi, Doc. I've got it. Don't worry about it.
Sarah, about time somebody showed up. All this shooting in the air is idiotic. One of these days they'll kill somebody. And over Deerfest.
I know. Go back to bed. He's got a point, Wake. Look, this town can't take this.
Some dialogue didn't happen there.
We can make it through the bookstore. Wheeler should be waiting for us in the backyard.
What's wrong with you people? Keep it the hell down or I'll call the sheriff.
Oh, hi, Doc. I've got it. Don't worry about it.
Sarah, about time somebody showed up. All this shooting in the air is idiotic. One of these days they'll kill somebody. And over Deerfest.
I know. Go back to bed.
He's got a point, Wake. Look, this town can't take this.
It's me they want. The sooner I get out of here, the sooner you can all get back to life as usual.
I hope you're right. Come on, let me get this door open.
Wait, you got the keys to the bookstore?
Perks of being the sheriff. A girl needs to get around. They're really taking advantage of your presence here, Wake. I heard they're selling a lot of your Alex Casey books.
Right now, I'm not a big fan of my own writing.
That book, The Within Side, has the spiral symbol. A spiral symbol very similar to that is in Control on one of the doors in the Ocean View Hotel or Motel. Alex Casey books by Alan Wake, modern master of crime fiction. Alex Casey, What I Can't Forget, Return to Sender, The Things That I Want, The Fall of Casey, and The Sudden Stop. All in stock, $20 per book, $100 for the full set. Mr. Wake is in town. See if you can get them autographed. Hello, Lucinda. Welcome. Good morning to you. How's things going? Alan Wake is coming along well. I finished off episode 4 at the start of the stream, and that took me about 3 hours. And for the last couple of hours, I've been working on chapter 5 now. Hello, Lynch Mob. How's things?
Cynthia Weaver worked hard, following her obsessive rituals, sometimes fighting them, always giving in to them in the end. She haunted the halls of Bright Falls' abandoned power plant. She marked her caches with light-sensitive paint that could only be seen by eyes that had been touched by darkness and saved by light like she'd been. She was preparing defenses and supply lines for the war she knew would come. The war between the forces of light and darkness.
Something that Cynthia Weaver has been doing since the 1970s. So definitely quite a few decades worth of making sure that all the lights in the town are actually functioning and that they're getting looked after and light bulbs are being changed and all that kind of stuff. Lucinda, nice. How's Nightmare Mode treating you? Yeah, it's very interesting because it doesn't take much to actually die on this mode. It's not one hit, but there's some moves that can be almost one hit, like when the big giant enemies swing their big hammer at you, or axe that they've got, that can sometimes kill you in one hit. But Nightmare Mode also adds, I swear it adds extra enemies as well. But it's been going well despite that. I've had a few deaths though here and there because of different things, both because I'm hanging around to try and hear the dialogue from the Taken as well, but also just due to exploring an area to find a manuscript page and getting ambushed. There's actually a manuscript page which is really out of the way. It's off of the main path, and you literally have to scale to the top of a mountain to find the manuscript page. And you've got enemies that can chase you all the way up it. And then when you're coming back down from the mountain, you have a lot of birds that attack you as well. So they really make you work for that particular manuscript page. And some of the manuscript pages aren't in the other difficulties as well. You can only get them in Nightmare Mode. Yeah, there really is, Lucinda. Yeah, there definitely is. I've gotten all the radio broadcasts listened to, at least the ones that the game tracks for achievements, but also statistics. There's still going to be another radio that we hear later on, but it's not included as part of the ones that you have to get. But I'm including it, of course, in this playthrough.
I don't see Barry.
Look! Wake! Maybe that's him. That's the way to the chopper.
Yeah, Adrian. Crooked, did you say the chopper? We were all thinking on the same lines. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Stop.
Listen to wee. I'm sure Alan wrote that into the story as well. Yeah. And then we stopped to have a ride down the slide. Meanwhile, Sarah was like, Alan, what the hell are you doing? Are you taking this seriously? Nice one, Adrian. Omega-3 fatty acids are good for your heart. Incontestably proven health benefits. You take 2 pills in the morning and then you'll be nice and calm all day long.
Barry got back to his feet inside the Bright Falls General Store and dusted himself off. Right next to the cans of baked beans was a locked case filled with flare guns, and yet here was a conveniently placed barrel of crowbars. Barry's smile widened as he realized that this was the classic movie scene where the hero had to gear up and arm himself to the teeth. Barry threw himself into the role.
Yeah, the gear up scene. Speaking of, here's a scene from the movie Commando where Arnie's character John Matrix gears up for the big final action sequence of the movie. Just imagine Barry Wheeler doing that. Getting all his gear together and putting the flashlight that you wear around your head on and all that type of stuff, the Christmas lights. Adrian, healthy food is rude according to Twitch apparently. Yeah, it's so funny what Automod will pick up sometimes. Church events fall schedule. Sunday school on Sundays. What? Hang on, I need to process this. So you're telling me that Sunday school takes place on Sundays? Man, and I always thought it took place on Mondays. Talk about false advertising. Kroger is discriminating towards people eating unhealthy food. That's true. Yeah. It's like, can't have that. Church events, fall schedule, Sunday school, Sundays.
Bible study Mondays. Bright Falls Knitting Club meetings alternate Wednesday evenings. DFS Candle Night September 14. DFS Morning Service September 15. The Presbyterian Choir of Watery visits September 28. Annual Charity Bake Sale October 3rd. Listen, the Sunday school's on Sundays? I know. What a revelation. Like, damn. Now I've got to question everything. So that's that sign read. That's the 17th sign out of 25.
I'm gonna give Pastor Howard a piece of my mind about this lock. Ugh, I told him to get it fixed.
Physical labor. Let's take a break.
Keep shooting!
Omega-3 fatty acids are good for your heart.
Crooked, you find these guys more funny than scary? Yeah, the way that they're taking sound and everything like that. I love how their voice changes as they talk.
I'm gonna give Pastor Howard a piece of my mind about this lock. Ugh, I told him to get it fixed.
Physical labor. Let's take a break. Omega-3 fatty acids are good for your heart.
Okay, it's open. Let's go, Wake.
Yeah, listen to dang boom those guys went. The ones that can sort of like phase in and out are very, very annoying. They don't necessarily teleport, but they do move faster than regular Taken.
keep them lit all night long on the night before Deerfest.
Why?
Well, it's tradition.
For it to be free, the Dark Presence needed the writer to finish the story. Again and again, the story let it get frustratingly close to the writer without letting it capture him. It was bound by the events depicted in the manuscript, but it could pursue the writer indirectly, put others on the task, and stop those who would help him. It took over everything in its path, made them its puppets, and sent them after Alan Wake.
The other thing too with these manuscript pages is they can also provide information about the why of certain things. Like, why is the Dark Presence able to do what it does even though Alan's actually writing the story? And that's because Alan has to write the story according to the rules. He can't just come up with something to stop the Dark Presence and just write. The Dark Presence was destroyed. Alan just went off with Alice. Everything was fine. Because with the Dark Presence still existing, with the power and the level of power that it has, it would mean that the Dark Presence would be able to find a different way to achieve its goals. And its ultimate goal is to gain enough power to control the entire world, take it all over. But to do that, it has to still adhere to what's being written in the narrative. And it's pretty tricky because Alan has to navigate all that and making sure that it's not going against the rules in that way as well. But yeah, the Dark Presence does try to indirectly put things in the way to stop Alan and all that kind of stuff. Sarah's like, for fuck's sake, Alan, what the fuck are you doing? Every time we make a little bit of progress, you just fucking stand there, and then you go back the way that we came. And then you come back after that. It's like, what the hell are you doing? Alan's like, it's not me. It feels like someone's taking over me and making me do these things.
We're almost there. We'll have to go through the basement to get to the parking lot.
Yeah, there's no way going through the crypt will turn out to be a bad idea.
Not collecting all the coffee thermoses in this playthrough. Crooked, I'll catch you next time, Senny. Hope you have a great rest of the stream with Alan Wake. Thank you so very much, dude. I absolutely will. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you have a great start to your stream. Would highly recommend people check out Crocodile's channel. He's going to be starting a first playthrough of Cyberpunk 2077. So that's one of the games that he's got going on his schedule. And he's also doing a playthrough of the Assassin's Creed series, the main entries. He's playing through Assassin's Creed 1, Assassin's Creed 2, Brotherhood, Revelations, 3, Black Flag, Rogue, Unity, Syndicate, Origins, Odyssey, Valhalla, and Mirage, all with a no HUD challenge. So we can't have any HUD elements active. Some games in that series, even if you do turn all the HUD elements off, may still have some HUD elements that can't be turned off, but he's turning off the HUD elements that he can actually get rid of off the screen in all those games. And he's also got a thing going with it where he can't fast travel. So he has to actually travel by horse or by feet or by boat. He can't fast travel. And he can look at the main map, but what he's also doing with that is he's able to bank how many times he's allowed to look at the map of one of the games while playing it every hour. So if he doesn't look at the map for 5 hours worth, then it means he's got 5 looks at the map that he's banked up that he can use that stacks across all the games. So doing something very, very unique with the series. And yeah, highly recommend. Great streamer as well. And no worries at all for the shout out, Senny. Absolutely no worries at all. Going to be interesting doing no HUD for Odyssey. Oh, it really will. That's for sure. Like, holy shit. When I was doing my streams of that game to get the visuals without any HUD elements, it was so annoying to try and figure out where I had to go and all that kind of stuff. I had to go in and turn all the HUD off and then, you know, get some stuff. And then it's like, oh shit, I lost track where this is. And then put the HUD back on so I could then see, you know, and I also had to have the character move a certain way so that in the edit later it's all going to be smooth and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, playing without a HUD on that game is just going to be insane. Because in that game it doesn't even tell you who you can talk to, so accidentally assassinate is going to happen often. You walk up to the dude, it's like, I'm going to talk. Whoops. Shit. I hope you have a great start to Cyberpunk, Crooked. I'm very curious about that game. I've seen some of it being played. It's actually a game I wouldn't mind getting to myself as well. No worries, Senny. No worries at all. I hope you have a great start to your stream.
Did you call 911?
Guess that one saw the light, huh? You didn't like that one? A tough audience. Well, I got plenty more.
What are the Christmas lights for?
Protection, man. Like garlic against vampires.
Vampires.
The helicopter's just across the parking lot and up the hill. Come on!
Adrian, this place gets so big in the signal. It really does. Yeah, that whole area and that. They really expanded a lot. This isn't 911, it's 666. Exactly. Adrian Barry, the Vampire Slayer, is here. By day, he battles bureaucratic and other nonsense as Alan Wake's literary agent. By night, he hunts vampires. Adrian, you backtracking for something? In this entire playthrough, I always backtrack just to see if there's any new dialogue that gets said by Alan or any other characters as well. Adrian, you remember in Deus Ex Human Revolution, you can backtrack through the first mission, Sarif production plant, after dealing with the terrorist leader, and there are SWAT everywhere instead of the terrorists. This is a nice detail. Yeah, that game is so good. To celebrate its 10th anniversary, I did a playthrough where I was trying to cover as many different outcomes and different approaches to the dialogue trees and all that kind of stuff as well, and showing what happens when certain decisions are made and all that kind of stuff. And it's interesting that at the start of the game you have a timer, and if you don't actually do what you need to do to initiate the mission to go to the manufacturing plant, then the terrorists will actually kill the hostages before you even leave the Sarif building. And then, you know, obviously if that happens, you have different dialogues that the SWAT will say to you and all that kind of stuff. And then there's also certain events that happen depending on your choices as well that change what's reported in the news, but also on those I don't know what you would really call them, but those digital magazines that you find that talk about certain things, they'll actually change depending on your actions in the game and all that kind of stuff. It's absolutely insane the amount of things that they covered in that game, and I spent hours and hours, probably 20 hours worth of gameplay, maybe even a bit more, trying to cover all that stuff. And no doubt there would have been stuff that I missed. But also testing things like, you know, for example, you could literally make a save before you have like a confrontation with different dialogue choices. You could choose all the same answers a second time around after reloading your save, and you might still get a different outcome. Like literally the same answers and you get a different outcome. And it was just insane how many different variations of results you could get. And there was also different variations on what dialogue would be the responses based on what you responded with and all that kind of stuff too. It's just insane. Adrian, you mean the social boss battles? They're slightly random so that you always have to pay attention to what the characters are saying. Yeah. But yeah, there's just so many variables of what they can actually say. I think I kept a document as well. on that as I was going through. Deus Ex Human Revolution 10th anniversary. Damn, it didn't have the information I wanted to look at. But yeah, there's just so many different things. You wish Conversations in LA Noire were like that. Yeah. That game, I ended up just looking up guides for what choices to choose, because that whole part of the game I felt was just very, very difficult to grasp sometimes. What the actual character was showing with their body language versus the evidence you had. I just found it frustrating, so I was like, I'll just look up a guide. But the rest of the game I thought was interesting, although I'm not really a fan of the story, like the ending.
The Bright Falls General Store is now my favorite place in the entire world. See this headlamp? It's like a superpower. I can just look at one of those things and they die. It's my flaming eye of Mordor. I wish I didn't say that.
Yeah.
Hey, I want a headlamp.
Last one.
Bastard.
Adrian, the LA Noire dialogue system, despite its ambition, was a bit messy. How they changed coax, force, lie into truth, doubt, lie near the end of the development, and then the PS4 version had good cop, bad cop cues, which is close to the original. Really? Because I remember playing a bit of the Xbox 360 version, which was 5 discs. But it wasn't until years later that I actually played the special edition, or whatever you want to call it, version of the game.
Alice had screamed until she had no voice left to scream. Around her, the darkness was alive. It was cold and wet and malevolent and without end. She was a prisoner, trapped in the dark place. The terror would have burned her mind out, but one thing made her hang on. She could sense Alan in the dark. She could hear him. She could see the words he was writing as flickering shadows. He sensed her too. He was trying to work his way to her.
Adrian, also the fact Rockstar made them cut out certain cases from the game to later resell them as DLC was pretty iffy. Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing too, like, Ubisoft did that with Assassin's Creed 2. There was 2 memory sequences that, if you didn't have the DLC for it, you couldn't actually access, and it skipped them, of course, to go into the final memory sequence. So you had to get the 2 DLC of the previous 2 sequences before the final one, which I think would have been better. And obviously, since then, when they did the Ezio Collection version, it's already bundled in there, so you don't have to worry about it.
Someone throws a damn school bus at your head and you're about to take a helicopter ride with someone who may or may not have a pilot's license, you're cleared for departure to Night Springs. No offense, Sheriff.
With the power of his flaming eye of Mordor, Barry no longer reacts to having a light shone directly in his eyes.
The Evolution of Barry Wheeler. Adrian, Bonfire on Xbox 360 also had a bug where the angry crowd was completely silent. Oh, really? Damn. That would have been weird to see. The other thing about that DLC too for Assassin's Creed 2 is it's a very poignant moment for Ezio, and the speech that he gives is just so epic that it's a shame that some people who didn't get the DLC and haven't played the Ezio Collection version might not have actually been able to experience.
Gonna get used to this.
Adrian, dang, son, 7 flare rockets? That's it. Yeah. Yeah, they definitely come in handy. Plus, I love the flashbang grenades as well.
Helicopter's just up ahead. I'll need a while to prep for takeoff.
Don't take too long. I want to get out of here.
Adrian, your top 3 Arnold Schwarzenegger quotes. 3 get to the chopper, 2 I'll be back, and 1 put that cookie down now. Yeah, those are very memorable lines. Another one that I like is stick around in Predator. That's another good one. Knock knock as well. What I want to do is when we get to the point where Sarah is yelling for Alan to get into the chopper, I'm not going to do it straight away. I'm going to wait to hear what other dialogue there might be. Alright, so there doesn't seem to be any more dialogue if you just remain and not go to the chopper when it's ready to lift off or take off.
Just get me to Weaver, Sheriff.
You're taking a big chance on a local crazy lady, Al. I hope you're right about her, or we can kiss this town goodbye.
I hope you know how to deal with this, Wake. I guess you New Yorkers are used to rough situations like this.
Right. The city's a war zone. King Kong, mutant alligators, and Alex Casey shoots the place up every weekend. Look, I never even carried a gun until a couple of days ago.
Well, my dad used to be a cop there. Tells some pretty wild stories.
Stuff like this?
No, just normal bad stuff. Kinda like your books, Wake. I used to tease Dad that he was just like Alex Casey.
You've read me.
Oh, sure. You're a pretty good writer. A little heavy on the metaphors, maybe.
Nobody's ever said that before.
We're coming up on the power plant. See the lit building over there? And that's the dam further up the river. I can't land here. I'll take her down the road across the river.
Just get me there, Sheriff.
I had to do something about the chain for the door to open.
Hey, sorry, Derp, is it a good idea to watch Bright Falls? If you're curious about all Alan Wake related stuff, I definitely would recommend it. It's kind of, in a way, a bit of a prequel to the game, and it's got some of the actual people. I don't know if necessarily every person who appears in it, who is actually playing a character in the game, is voiced by the same person or whatnot, and the difference between who is actually just a face model and all that kind of stuff. But there's certain characters that are in the Bright Falls live action short that are actually in the game, but then there's some others that aren't as well. But yeah, it's definitely interesting. But yeah, I definitely would recommend it if you're a big fan of Alan Wake stuff and you haven't seen it yet. I was saying before that there is more than the radios that are required for the statistics and also for the trophy and achievement. But you don't have to interact with this one to actually get it. If you've been looking at all the ones up until this point and listening to them, then I think you've covered them all. This one has a song on it by Poets of the Fall. I'm not going to actually let it play in full, but I will just play a little bit of it before reloading the checkpoint and then not interacting with it.
And here's a new song from a band that they always remind me of our local rock legends, the Old Gods. I couldn't tell you why. I guess it's just, one of those things. Anyway, here's Poets of the Fall and their latest single, War.
Do you remember standing on a broken field? White crippled wings beating the sky.
Alright, that's all I'll play of that, but I'll provide a link in chat to the actual official music video that they did for that song. It also has actor Ilka Villi, who plays the live-action version of Alan that you see in the TV screens and on the cardboard cutout and all that type of stuff. There's some info on his IMDb. And it's a great song, that one, Poets of the Fall. And I like how Pat Main, the dude on the radio, is like how, they sound, a bit like Old Gods of Asgard. And that's because Poets of the Fall are playing the Old Gods of Asgard in this game. So any songs that are attributed to Old Gods of Asgard in the Alan Wake universe, they're actually, of course, done in real life by Poets of the Fall. So I like how they put a little joke there with Pat Main saying that.
This is good work for a night person.
Motherfucking asshole throwing the fucking axe. I want to see if there's any dialogue if you kill all these enemies here.
This is good work for a night person. This is good work for a night person.
Alright. Is that all of them for this section? And after all that, no dialogue. Sag. Well, in that case, reload checkpoint and not bother. That way I'll keep all the ammo that I wasted.
This is good work for a night person. This is good work for a night person.
The power plant glowed in the night. It was close, but I had to find a way across.
Indeed, Lucinda, Sag. After all that too, on the hardest difficulty, getting through those damn enemies, the game's like, ha, you thought there'd be dialogue after that? Alright, no dialogue for not interacting with this. Let's see if Alan says anything after this. I'm shocked he doesn't say anything after that.
Most of us are skilled professionals.
That Taken's a smart ass. I was trying to push him back into the electrified fence, but he was like, no. Interesting, you don't have to actually interact with the thing to turn the power off.
Making her way through the water pipe alone, Cynthia was angry at the writer. Foolish young man, taking unnecessary risks. And the way he broke the rules. Didn't he understand what was at stake? Since the terrible days in the 70s, she hadn't wavered once, as hard as it had been. She was tired of protecting the town all these long years, and now only wanted to rest.
Listen, we're so used to the modern day hand-holding when we do something wrong in a game, it seems weird that there isn't any player shit talking when they mess up. Not player, but character shit talking. That's true. GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2 are two games that I know of where they are really, really, really not wanting the player to stand still for 5 seconds when there's something that needs to be done. Because the character will always, if you don't do it instantly, start talking about how you need to do this. So you'll see that there's a door that you need to go to, and there's a lock on it, right? And you can see that there's a lock on it, and you know that you need to unlock it. And if you don't move straight away, the character with you is like, looks like this door is locked. I think you might have to unlock it. It's like, oh, really? No shit. Oh, Jesus Christ, Rod, you idiot. For some reason I thought that controls that. It's just the light to give you a checkpoint and to heal yourself with. I'm so focused on thinking of what not to do correctly to trigger dialogue that I completely and utterly forgot the purpose of that switch. Sons of bitches. They're always moving away because they know that I'm trying to fucking get them electrocuted. Here. Fucking eat this. Fucking pricks. Right in the fucking nuts. Eat that.
The story I had written in the cabin had come true. Touched by the dark presence, I had written a horror story, but the end was still missing. The story was incomplete, and the last unfinished page of the manuscript still sat in the typewriter in the cabin study. If I could get back there, if I could read the page, then I could write my own ending to this story and save Alice.
It's all part of the plan. Plan. Faith. Money. I can't do his accent, but anyway. Lieutenant William T.G. Randall Memorial Bridge. This bridge has been designated as a memorial in honor and in recognition of Lieutenant William T.G. Randall, 1919 to 1981, a World War II POW, prisoner of war, and recipient of the Distinguished Service Cross. He died of injuries received during his successful rescue of 2 children from a burning car crashed at this location. It's another one of the signs that you can read.
I couldn't get across until I found a way to turn the bridge.
Nice, Alan. That's good that you said that dialogue. Alright, so... That's good that he said something. This is some lyrics of Children of the Elder Gods song, and these are only found on Nightmare mode. Hey there, Tech. Morning to you. Welcome back.
Children of the Elder God lyrics by Old Gods of Asgard. The first verse and chorus. Warriors, torchbearers, come redeem our dreams. Shine a light upon this night of otherworldly fiends. Odin's might be your guide. Divorce you from the sane. Hammer's way will have its say, rise up in their name. O memory and thought, jet black and clawed, children of the Elder God, scourge of light upon the dark.
Such an awesome song.
The rotating bridge was open. I had to find a way to close it. There had to be controls nearby to turn the bridge.
want to see if he says anything if you miss the bridge or miss getting on the other side. Alright, here we have the final Night Springs episode in the game. There is another television that you need to find if you want to find them all after this one. But this is the 13th TV out of the 14, and this is the final Night Springs episode.
Are we men dreaming of being butterflies, or butterflies that dream of being men? Such philosophical concerns are by necessity abstract. And yet, some of us can find concrete proof of the nature of our existence in Night Springs. Tonight's episode, an absence of creativity.
Hello, Martha. What did you want to show me?
Oh, Lydia, thank God you're here. Please, it's in the basement.
Oh, Martha. Oh, that's amazing.
Isn't it just? I found it here this morning.
It's like it isn't there, but... Oh, I can't look straight at it.
Yes, I'm sorry about that.
How did you get here?
Well, I'm trying to work.
Did you put this thing here?
In a way, to be more precise, I put everything here but that.
Really? But what is it?
Oh, I guess the temptation is to call it a hole, but it's really an absence, a profound lack of reality.
In Martha's basement?
Yes, I was doing so well, too. I came up with two old ladies and put something really weird in the basement. It was a great start, but I'm completely blocked now. I can't imagine what I was up to.
Well, surely it's just an ordinary basement.
Is it? Why did you call your friend here, then?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, well.
Couldn't you just ignore it?
Oh, no, I couldn't do that. It would probably turn into a plot hole. Might be one already. Could sink the whole enterprise.
Oh, my.
Listen, ladies, not to be rude, but I'm really not at all sure where I'm going with this, and you're just not helping. You should just go back upstairs for a cup of coffee while I try to figure out what I'm up to.
Well, if you think that's best.
Maybe I should just stop here. Or is that too moronic?
Is that too moronic? Indeed. Who can tell? It's a fine line between the stupid and the sublime. In Night Springs.
Alright, that's the final Night Springs episode. I like that one too. All of them are good. My favourite one is still the first one in the game with Dr. Colvin, where he has a machine that as long as it's plugged in, whenever he shoots himself, the bullet doesn't fire. But if you unplug the machine, and then he shoots, he kills himself, and someone accidentally knocks the plug out, and he doesn't realize. That's my favorite one. But there's definitely a lot of other really cool ones along the way as well. But that particular one is very interesting because it's a meta commentary on the nature of writing itself. And the idea that you had this setup, two old ladies, one invites the other to their place. They go down into the basement because there's something weird that they discovered. And then they discover the weird thing. And then the dude that they see is representing the writer who's come up with that setup to get them down there. But because the writer doesn't really know what to do next, he doesn't know even, anything like that. And when he asks them why they came down or whatnot, and they're like, I don't know. That's because they're self-reflecting back to him the fact that he's the writer and he doesn't actually know what the characters are even supposed to do. And like how he's like, oh no, I can't, keep this in. It'll become a plot hole. Because they're like, why can't you just ignore it? So I love that whole meta commentary on the nature of writing and coming up with things and getting to a point where it's like, oh shit, I got this big setup, but I don't know where to go with it. Oh well, restart. The author of Lord of the Rings, J.R.R. Tolkien, he actually would restart the whole story from the start when he got up to a point where he couldn't figure out what he wanted to do next. Like, could you imagine how insane that is? Especially if you write like 100 pages and then you're like, no, start again from scratch.
We managed to lose the flock. You're almost at the power plant. Keep going. We'll give you support.
recognized the logo on the power plant sign. I'd seen a version of it painted all over the area, signifying hidden caches of supplies.
Hold it right there!
Miss Weaver! Cynthia! I'm a friend!
Prove it!
You knew Zane! Thomas Zane! You're the Lady of the Light in the song! You can help me!
About time! Young man, I've been waiting a very long time for you. It's in the well-lit room.
Excuse me?
What you need to drive the darkness back. The well-lit room is at the dam. I built the room to keep it safe.
Will it help me find Alice? Will it get me back to the cabin? Fine, let's go. I can get my friends to come back with the helicopter.
Oh, we won't go outside. Never at night. That's rule number 1. You've been breaking the rules, young man, and where has that gotten us, Oh, I have a secret route. A lit route. An old water pipe. Something was damaged at the transformer yard. It's draining all the reserve power. Without it, the pipe will go dark. The power to the yard must be cut.
Let me guess. You want me to do it?
Young man, you're the one who likes to break the rules. I can't be outside in the dark. The kill switch is outside. Hurry! The switch is on the wall facing the shore. I cannot take you to the well-lit room if the lights in the pipe go out. You must go outside to use the emergency switch. Dark. Light. Tom.
Alright, so that's all her dialogue if you just stand here.
I have been preparing for these times, the dark tides. You have found my caches, haven't you? You can see the signs. Very few people can. Yes, please, take what you need. This is all for you, for the likes of us. We do Tom's work, don't we?
Weaver had sent me to cut the power to the transformer yard. I was willing to do grunt work for her to get her to help me. I hoped Weaver was dependable. I'd stumbled into this crazy world a little over a week ago. She had been living this insanity for decades.
All right, so here we have the poet and the muse, some lyrics.
The Poet and the Muse, lyrics by Old Gods of Asgard, the chorus. And now to see your love set free, you will need the witch's cabin key. Find the Lady of the Light, gone mad with the night. Find the Lady of the Light, still raving in the night. That's how you reshape destiny.
I'm very much looking forward to what Poets of the Fall have cooked up for Alan Wake 2. Here's a sign I forgot to read. Warning. This decommissioned site is private property. The power plant is no longer in operation. Trespassers will be prosecuted.
I could see the kill switch that would cut the power to the transformer yard. Now I had to find a way to reach it. If I could figure out the gates, I could use them to get to the kill switch.
Floodgate controls to be operated by authorized personnel only. Well, Alan's writing this story, and so he's made himself one of the authorized personnel. Okay, there's one more sign to read in this chapter.
Who designs these things? The transformer yard went dark and dead. Weaver's water pipe passage should now be good to go.
This way, young man. Follow me. Come, come. The pipe's empty now. We're ready to go. This way. We need to go. I knew them both, Tom and Barbara. I had such a crush on him. Such a beautiful man. I was jealous. There was a part of me that was maybe a little glad when she had the accident. And then Tom started writing and woke the darkness up. He tried to bring her back, but you can't do that. There are no free rides like that.
I'm starting to realize that.
In that case, young man, perhaps you're a smarter man than Tom was. The witch looked like her, but it wasn't. Barbara was sweet. He didn't understand until it was too late. He tried to undo it, wrote himself, her, everything he'd ever written out of the world. Oh, he was so famous. And afterward, no one knew. Oh, Tom. He left only one thing behind in my care, in case it happened again. Insurance. He trusted me. Or perhaps used me a little. Tom knew how I felt. Knew I wouldn't refuse him. I built the well-lit room and put it there. It's been waiting for you. We are characters trapped in a story you have written, and none of us will survive to see the end of it if the darkness isn't stopped. She'll twist the story to her own dark ends.
How do you know all this?
Tom, that's the way he wrote it. He still talks to me, you know, in television, from beyond, from below. We have both been touched by the darkness, young man. He saved us both with light, but the darkness stays with you. Leaves a stain.
I remember that, I can't remember if it's in Control DLC now, or if it's in Alan Wake's American Nightmare. But when Cynthia talks about how Thomas Zane speaks to her still through televisions and all that kind of stuff, this is obviously a spoiler for the end of this game, but Alan sacrificing his freedom so that his wife can live out in the real world, and he stays in the dark presence to balance things out. He's able to communicate to Alice via similar methods as well. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out in the sequel of Alan Wake as well, because by the time of I think in Control DLC for Alan Wake, it said something about 10 years or something. So Alan's been stuck in the dark place for 10 years since the events of this first game. Cynthia's like, Alan, make up your fucking mind. Are you going this way or the other way?
this pipe will take us directly to the well-lit room.
Okay, I need to call my friends, tell them where we're going.
Hello? Al!
Barry, we're headed to the dam in one of the pipes. Meet us there.
Okay, I'll tell Sarah.
It's Sarah now?
Whoa! No! For the sweet love of...
Barry! Barry! We gotta go see if they're okay.
They're probably dead. You must reach the well-lit room. This is no time to be a selfish idiot.
That's my best friend.
Well, be a fool. I'll use the pipe. I'll meet you at the dam if you make it.
At least I didn't have to worry about her. She knew how to stay safe.
Alan falling again, this time in a very heroic kind of moment where he's like, I'm off to save my friends. I'm going to do a big epic jump, and then he lands and then falls. Which, if I was in that situation, the same thing would happen to me. Except in my case, I'd probably roll down the hill a few times and then roll off the edge of the cliff. The ironic thing about Cynthia calling Alan a selfish idiot in that moment is the fact that he's actually doing a very selfless act in wanting to risk his own life to actually save that of Barry and Sarah's, and he's willing to take that chance. So I kind of like that sort of thing, where Alan is, being the opposite of what he's being accused of being in that moment. It's understandable from her perspective for him to be acting like a selfish idiot because she's thinking about everything to do with Thomasine and all the decades worth of time that she's spent on this and all that kind of stuff. So it's not a slight against Cynthia by any stretch of the imagination. It's just that that's her perspective on things. And Alan is like, no, that's my best friend. I'm going to go and help them, thereby doing something that selfish people would not do.
Sarah was almost starting to relax. Maybe they could turn this into a win yet. Suddenly, there was a piercing sound, like a table saw gone wild, as 100 birds made out of shadows swarmed into the rotor. The chopper bucked wildly and the board lit up, telling her what she already knew. They were going down. Barry Wheeler screamed next to her. Children of the Elder God lyrics by Old Gods of Asgard.
Actually, I played this a little while ago, but since we have both lyrics pages for that, I'll have this manuscript page replay and then the one that we just picked up because they follow on from each other.
Children of the Elder God lyrics by Old Gods of Asgard. The first verse and chorus. Warriors, torchbearers, come redeem our dreams. Shine a light upon this night of otherworldly fiends. Odin's might be your guide. Divorce you from the sane. Hammer's way will have its say. Rise up in their name. O memory and thought, jet black and clawed. Children of the Elder God, scourge of light upon the dark. Children of the Elder God lyrics by Old Gods of Asgard. The second verse and chorus. Scratching hag, you can rake your claws and gnash your crooked teeth. You've taken slaves like ocean waves, now feel the ocean seethe. Father Tor bless the war between the dark and light. In their songs let their wrongs bring disillusion's night. O memory and thought, jet black and clawed, children of the Elder God, scourge of light upon the dark.
Okay. Now I'm going to provide a link in chat to the actual song.
Sarah!
The crash site looked bad, but as far as I could tell, the wreck was empty.
I can't remember if I actually caught this Stephen King reference or not in this game before, but here we are. 1408. It was a short story by Stephen King that was in a collection of short stories called Everything's Eventual. And then they actually made a movie adaptation of the 1408 short story. For the fact that it was a short story, the movie adaptation was actually done really, really well. And I've read the short story and I've watched the movie. And after having watched the movie first and then reading the short story, I think they did a really good job at expanding upon that short story for the movie adaptation. And I'll provide a link to the trailer for that movie in chat. It's got John Cusack and Samuel L. Jackson in it. Came out in 2007. when we do find Sarah and Barry, if you just keep on going, you'll eventually get to a point where, even though they're lagging behind you, they will teleport directly to where you are. So you don't actually have to stick with them and keep pace with them. You can just go on ahead on your own. For this playthrough, because I'm trying to get all the dialogue, I won't be doing that.
Barry! Barry!
Hold it right there! Keep hitting him! Oh, no you don't! Fight him off! Ha! Stay back! Keep shooting! Keep hitting him! Hold it right there! Keep hitting him! Get back! Keep hitting him! Keep shooting! Keep shooting! Stay back! Oh, no you don't! Oh! Over here!
Hang in there, I'm coming!
That's far enough! That's far enough! Freeze! Fight him off! Keep shooting! Get back! That's far enough!
Get the hell back, you freaks!
Freeze!
No, 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 no!
Keep hitting him! Ah! No! Ah! Keep them off me! Ah! Keep hitting him! God damn it! Oh! Damn it! Oh! Damn it! Ah! Hold it right there! Keep hitting him! Ah! I'm hurt!
You know when to make an entrance, Wake. We were ready to make like Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
I have a different ending in mind.
Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for asking.
I knew you'd be all right.
How's that?
The Flaming Eye of Mordor?
Ah, laugh it up, funny man. Didn't we have somewhere to go?
Weaver will meet us at the dam.
you spend most of your night running uphill while the crazy bunch of demon hicks try to take your head off with an axe. You know your helicopter crash landed in Night Springs. Oh, I can't take much more of this. Oh, I should have kept that gym membership.
You see those lights? That's the elevator we need to take.
You can't be a good hide.
Watched. What the hell is that thing? It's everywhere! Oh crap, there's more than one of them!
Nothing moves like that. It's impossible.
Ah! Al! Do something!
He's too fast. I can't get a shot.
There! No, there! Al, they're all over the place!
How many of them are there? Where'd that one go? Watch out.
Ah, this can't be happening!
Freeze! Wait, this is bad. This is really bad. Keep an eye out. They're moving. Where the hell did he go? That guy's on the move. Keep hitting him. Keep hitting him. Freeze! Freeze! Get that. Oh, no you don't. Hold it right there. Oh, no you don't.
Was that it? Are we safe?
That was... wow. I think we're okay.
Hey, Al, I got a bad feeling.
Let's keep our eyes open.
Hello there, Ryu. How's it going, dude? Oh, that's great, Ryu. Glad to hear that it's going well. We're still in episode 5, but we're getting closer to the end. Might just take another 5 hours to do. No, just kidding. I don't think it'll take that long, but probably another 2 hours, maybe. Oh, hell yeah, Lucinda. Your weekly chores are all done. Excellent. Hopefully you can enjoy the rest of your stream day off then, since you got all that finished.
Lou, I hate this place. I do. I'm telling you. I hate it. I'm in a hostile environment. I'm completely unprepared. I'm surrounded by people who probably want to kick my ass. It's like being back in high school. Thanks for redeeming that Arnie impression. The quote from Mortal Kombat 95 movie. Thanks, Ryu. Lucinda, yep, you got 3.5 hours. Might play a game. Imagine playing games offline. Oh, yeah. That's something that is very kind of like, as a streamer, it's like, oh, you mean I can play games without streaming them? I definitely know that's feeling as well. It was good to play Assassin's Creed Mirage for my first playthrough off stream as well.
Woo! Oh man, this is a bad idea. I know we're gonna regret this. I hate running. Oh, jeez. Here we go again. Oh. Ow. Let's be careful, huh? Woo! Oh, man. Oh, jeez, I hate this. Oh, I can't take much more of this. Oh, jeez. Here we go again. Oh! We made it! We're not dead! Oh, I'm never gonna get used to this.
What, Barry? Going backwards and forwards, out of the light and into the light? You sure?
I hate running.
Alright, so he said that one before.
Oh!
Aw, but it's dangerous out here.
Oh, I should have kept that gym membership. Oh, jeez, I hate this. Please, please tell me we don't have to move from here. Oh, we made it. We're not dead. But Al, we're safe in the light.
But Al was safe in the light. Aw.
Oh, sweet pool of light. Huh. Oh, but it's dangerous out here.
Wake, call the elevator. I'm keeping watch.
I think I hear something moving around.
Heads up! Here they come!
Oh no! Oh no!
They're coming! We have to hold them off!
Oh no! Oh no! I swear this is the slowest elevator in the world!
It's almost here, Wade. Just hold on. That's far enough. Freeze!
It's here, right there! Let's go!
I'm honestly surprised at how far back they let you go without any dialogue sometimes happening. Meanwhile, Barry and Sarah are like, man, what the fuck is up with Alan? He always does this. We're just about to get somewhere, but then he disappears. And then an hour later, he comes back, and then we make a bit more progress, and then he fucking disappears again. Where the fuck is he going? The ironic thing, though, is that Barry and Sarah know that Alan is the one who is writing the things to happen that are happening. So be like, why the fuck, Alan, why are you writing yourself to just disappear for 10 hours at a time? We bust our asses to get through this. You should have just written, Barry, Alan, and Sarah just magically appeared at the top of the dam, and all the Taken decided to just take a break, because they hadn't taken many.
Get this elevator going, will ya? Just hit the damn buttons!
We're almost there. There's an entrance into the dam at the top. What's the plan, Wake?
Well, Weaver's crazy, but she's got something Zane left behind. Something to fix this.
Gee, could you be a little more vague?
Thomas Zane? Seriously? Might as well be Paul Bunyan or Bigfoot.
Yeah, well, he was real.
Let's be careful, okay?
Oh, jeez, I hate this.
Okay, Wake. There's a button over there that opens the door.
Notice: this facility has been decommissioned and is not staffed. Entry into the dam structure without authorization is a criminal offense and may be prosecuted under local and federal statutes. But you said it's not staffed, which means there's no one here. So how would they know if someone has? Huh? Huh? Unless you have surveillance equipment there, but doesn't look like it. Alright, so that is the last sign that you can find in episode 5. There's 25 in total, and that's the 21st one.
I think something's broken. Hold the button down so we can get in.
I thought I'd troll them. Make them think, oh yeah, he's opening the door and then close. The way Sarah looked back then is like, seriously?
You guys go ahead and find Weaver. She should be in the dam now. I'll have to make it alone through the top.
Okay, Wake. Good luck. Don't get yourself killed.
Ow! Please, be careful!
I'll take good care of Barry, Wake. You just look after yourself.
You gotta be kidding me. Down, boy. Thomas Zane knew he had to remove all that had made this horror possible, including himself. That was the only way to banish the dark presence he had unleashed and now looked at him through the eyes of his dead love. But he also knew that despite his best efforts, it might someday return. So even as he wrote himself and his work out of existence, he added a loophole as insurance, an exception to the rule. Anything of his stored in a shoebox would remain.
In the cabin at the start of the game, you can actually find that shoebox with Zane's work in it. So that's why only a limited amount of people actually knew about him. And so for some, it doesn't explicitly say this, but because Sarah mentions that Alan may as well be talking about Paul Bunyan or Bigfoot, I think it's safe to assume that he wrote it so that some people would think he was just some kind of myth or legend. Others, like Cynthia, would be written to remember him and things like that. And he would also make sure that anyone that he didn't want to remember him wouldn't remember him at all, kind of thing. But the idea of making sure that he's got a loophole, just in case, as insurance, that anything of his stored in a shoebox would remain, then that's something that he wrote to be there as well. And that is all the episode 5 manuscript pages. So in episode 1 we've gotten all of them. In episode 2 we've gotten all of them. Episode 3 the same. Episode 4, gotten all of them in that. And now sequence 5, or episode 5, chapter 5's gotten them all. That just leaves all the manuscript pages in chapter 6, and in total there's 106 of these manuscript pages in the game, and I've covered 96 of them. Hey there, Drake, the greatest Australian, it's Rod. Welcome on in, dude. I hope your week's going well. We're just about to finish episode 5. Almost there. So I'll be ending the stream once I finish this episode, but thanks for joining, Drake. It's good to see you in chat again. Drake, you just got home from the gym. Now you're having dinner. Rice and bean sprouts with... never actually heard of that before, so I'll probably mispronounce it. Chicharrons? What is that? Since I haven't had that before, I don't know what it tastes like, but the other stuff I have. I'm not really a big fan of beans that much. Mainly, what I don't like about beans is when you get a bit of the hard stalk that's still in it. How you been, man? Did you have dinner yet? Yeah, I had something earlier. I went and had a 15-minute break and just had a couple of sandwiches that I put together and stuff. It's a bit hot weather here, so I didn't really feel like something that was hot, so I just had the sandwiches without like toasting them or anything. Stan, for your next challenge, you should play the episodes in this game in Star Wars order. Right. So we'd have to play episodes 4, 5, and 6 first, and then episodes 1, 2, and 3. I gotcha, Stan. It was funny, speaking of like, well, not speaking of going backwards, but doing things out of order. I was saying earlier that imagine doing a challenge in a game where your character has to walk backwards the whole time. In games where your character literally can't run unless they're moving forward, that'd be a pain. But games like this, for example, where Alan doesn't have to, like, you can have him run like this, and he'll stay forward, stay looking forward. So in games where you can do this, it might not be that bad, especially if you can move the camera. Oh, really? I pronounced it correctly. Oh, cool. So it's pork rinds.
I was ridiculously outnumbered. The searchlight could even the odds.
On Nightmare mode, these enemies take more light to actually shine on them, so couldn't get them all dealt with by just using the big turret light.
Enough. You will go no further. Stop now.
Alright, so they don't have any dialogue if you don't go in straight away. Other than the dialogue that they're saying when you're close to them. Drake, you're gonna backseat game. You gotta eat again, man. Alan Wake approves it. Absolutely, dude. Yeah, I've always got something to snack on if I need to. Between meals. Oh, that was lucky.
Young man, come quickly now! Inside!
You right there, Sarah?
You made it. Well done. I'm glad I was wrong. But it was a foolish chance to take. Don't worry about the noise. We're safe here. I have looked after the well-lit room for many, many years now. There is no shadow in the well-lit room. The power is fail-safe, and all the bulbs are numbered and changed regularly based on their make and model.
Right.
There's an old army base at Raincoat Point, north of here. It was active during the Second World War. They operated here back then. They must have built this.
Yes, they did. It's my place now.
The game takes your ammo off you after this part anyway, so no point in worrying about losing it. Alright, I guess there's no dialogue from any of them if you just not go ahead and interact with that.
Take it, and I won't need to worry about the room anymore, because 6 and 33 and 118 need changing soon, and I don't want to climb up the ladder to change them because it's very late, and I'm tired. And if you take it, I won't have to do that anymore.
The page was autobiographical, a memory from my childhood. But I didn't write this. It was a page written by Thomas Zane. None of them were supposed to exist anymore.
Alan, 7 years old, would fight sleep to the bitter end. When he did sleep, he soon woke up, screaming, the nightmares fresh in his mind. One evening, his mother, sitting by his bed, offered him an old light switch. She called it the clicker, and flicking the switch would turn on a magical light that would drive the beast away. To imbue the talisman with all possible power, she added that it had been given to her by Alan's father. Alan never knew him, and anything of his took on mythical proportions in his mind. With the clicker firmly in his hand, Alan finally slept like a baby. Now, almost 30 years later, Alan thought of this as he stood on the rim of Cauldron Lake, the clicker in his hand. He took a deep breath and jumped.
My mind swirled. I'd given the clicker to Alice, yet it was here. Zane had written it into existence, in a story I had written. I can get to her now. I can finish this.
dangers of war with the nature revealed, and our chances flowing by.
Alright, so I'm going to stop it there. Just to be safe, to make sure that it's going to remember that I've gotten up to chapter 6, what I'm going to do is skip to the next start of the episode and then skip the cutscene, but then go to the main menu because this is where I'm going to end the stream.
Previously on... I had a hangover. My head was about to...
Just reload to double check. Yep, so it remembers that I've got up to episode 6. Excellent. So this is where I'm going to end the stream of Alan Wake Remastered. There's going to be another stream, and I'm going to finish off the main story, and I'm going to be doing the 2 extra episodes as well, and those extra episodes are Special 1, The Signal, and Special 2, The Rider. For Special 1 and 2, I'm not going to be going as in-depth with those as I have been with the main game. At the most, I'll just hang back and listen to any dialogue that's happening, but once the dialogue has concluded, I'll just keep on moving forward. I won't worry about trying to trigger it by doing the wrong thing on purpose and everything like that, like I've been doing in the main game. So these 2 extra DLC episodes, I'll be playing them very differently to how I've been doing the main game. And hopefully that should mean I can get this playthrough done in one big stream, and then that way, on Friday, I can start Alan Wake 2 as well. I don't think I'm going to be able to fit in even doing just the Control Alan Wake DLC, let alone fit the whole playthrough of Control in as well. So it's looking like that that will be absent. But it was one of those things where, because Control is set in the same universe as Alan Wake, I thought it would be nice to get through that game in like a marathon of Alan Wake 1, Control, and Alan Wake 2. But what's more important is jumping into Alan Wake 2, because I want to be able to stream that day 1. So that playthrough of Control, I definitely won't be able to do that now. So I'll have to change my schedule and actually reflect that as well. But if you see me streaming this game again, then you know it's become Thursday, and on Friday, Alan Wake 2 will become available as well. Just want to thank everyone so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. Going to give some shout outs, and then we're going to raid Crocodiles, who is starting a playthrough of Cyberpunk 2077. Thank you so much, Tech, for the GGs. No problemo, Lucinda. No worries at all for the stream. Same to you as well, Drake. No worries at all for the stream. Thank you so much for stopping by too, Drake. No problemo, Drama. Thank you again. Thank you, sorry. Stan, see you next time. Absolutely. You definitely will. Drake, shout to Drake, Rod's most hated fan. Bringing the hate. The hate flows within you. Brutus, thanks for the stream. See you next time. No problemo as well, Brutus. No worries at all. Okay, so, would like to highly recommend people check out the following streamers. Lucinda, who is doing a playthrough of Resident Evil Village. For the first time, she's playing that game with keyboard and mouse. She's played it multiple times with a controller, but this is her first time playing Resident Evil Village with keyboard and mouse. She's doing a lot of different games for Horror Month in the Resident Evil series, doing different kinds of playthroughs. And she also has a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Origins coming up in the future as part of doing the main series of Assassin's Creed streams. Amateur Tech is playing through Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation, the 4th entry in the long-running series. He's also going to be playing all the other mainline entries after Last Revelation as well, as part of that marathon. Shin is playing Cyberpunk 2077. He's also a fan of JRPGs and MMORPGs as well. And Maxi has been doing quite a few different playthroughs. He did a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Mirage recently. He's also been doing a playthrough of Ghost of Tsushima on the highest difficulty with Kurosawa mode activated. And he's also doing a playthrough of Marvel Spider-Man 2 as well. So highly recommend checking out all those streamers. Great channels, great people, and you'll have a great time as well. Tech, no worries at all for the shout out. More than happy to give you one. And same to you as well, Lucinda. No problemo. Always happy to give you a shout out as well. Let's go and raid Crocodiles and see how he's doing with Cyberpunk. Here's a general raid message. Here's a raid message with some free follower emotes. The next stream you'll see from me, of course, will be this game again. And if you see me streaming that, then you know it's become Thursday. And there's a raid message for subscribers as well. This schedule is going to change, but what's actually still current is Alan Wake Remastered in-depth run. Control is going to be scratched, and I'm going to put Alan Wake 2. Saturday, Assassin's Creed Black Flag, doing another phase to celebrate its 10th anniversary. The 5th phase, doing a showcase playthrough. And on Sunday, Tomb Raider The Angel of Darkness, 20th anniversary playthrough. And when October is finished, the Tomb Raider streams will go back to Fridays, and Assassin's Creed will return to being 2 days a week, Saturday and Sunday. But that's in November. October is still going, so that's the current schedule, with the exception of Control to be taken off. Thanks again for watching, everyone. Hope you all have a great one.